Um, Trying to get the start times back under control, but it's been a week. um, I'm very happy to be at my new place, but as one might expect, there's a lot to learn, and I've definitely got some stuff outside of work giving me a lot of pressure. And yeah, I mean, I do the best that I can, but it's this week in particular was a weird one. I got a letter about, I thought it was insurance, but it actually turns out to be I think it was a retirement plan or something like that. Anyways, like it was related to a job that I had a really long time ago, and somehow they tracked down my address. So, but the weird thing is that the letter that they sent was actually dated the very day that I switched jobs. So I thought that something had happened in terms of my coverage at work. There may still be something with my coverage at work that went weird, but wasn't wasn't that. There's all the other stuff I'm doing in the background. Like I'm not at the point.
I would never want to
Hey,
belong to you as
Top
well.
Array, thank you
But
very
that's
much
some of my
for the
needs and
follow.
wants.
This is such a boring thing to start with, but I'm mostly just making my excuses for not starting on time. We will be ready to start in just a minute. Hello, Cured. You can stick around tonight. Looking forward to hearing Choom every 3 seconds. We've got what was it? Thank you. Um, but Anyways, sorry. I just got a DM. Um, but yeah, the what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I've got the um, there's all the extra stuff. My tablet seems to have died for. I mean, that kind of happened last stream. So I've scheduled an appointment for that. I suspect in the end, um, the it's probably not recoverable, but we'll see where it goes. And then, like I said, I'm really not at a spot where a lot of this extra stuff that I want to do, like it's not done, and I want it to be done. The best I can say is I have a little bit of a game plan in terms of getting it done, but uh, what was I gonna say? Um, the ah, the sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, anyways, extra stuff came up during this week, but um, but yeah, sorry. The thing I was rambling about before, the the big one is just trying to find those precious hours in between. The good news is like once all of that gets dealt with, then then I have a little bit more like free. Um, I kind of have more free time to prioritize. The real big problem here, right, is that when there's sort of this debt of everything that I've wanted to try and do before, and the biggest thing that I've actually found is for some of the side stuff, having even just an hour to pick away at it doesn't actually really do that much. And part of it is just a lack of familiarity with some of the things that I'm working with, or unexpected unexpected what was I going to say? The like part of this is just video, right? So I took a bunch of video on my mobile, and I'm sure probably I switched a setting in between, but it sort of wound up. How do I put it? Like, if you upload it to YouTube, it's actually fine. They automatically handle that sort of stuff, and they're individual files anyway. And if I put it in like a very amateur level video editing program, they kind of like do a best guess and then move on. But now that I'm using professional tools, it actually wants me to resolve all of this stuff. So I've had a case where it's like, okay, I'll nibble away at this for like an hour or a half hour, and it's just purely working on formats. And it's been that way for a couple of weeks now. So anyways, the problem is that there's this big log jam right now, and once I get that done, it's out, it's finished, and then I sort of review all of the tasks that I sort of would like to do. Part of this is just stuff that I'd like to sort of learn for myself, and then the other half of this is getting back to some of the things that I used to do. So for instance, like I haven't done a stream that isn't a Monday, Wednesday, or a Friday in months, and that's just because I have all of these other things to do. So where possible, I would like to do more of those. I've had a couple of recording series. There was actually one game that got some really big news recently. So it would have been nice to have something out for that. But again, I stopped that partway through once it was clear that I wasn't getting the time to work on some of the other stuff that I needed. And then some of you may remember that there used to be a pre-recorded episode every Tuesday, and I'd really like to get back to making those. But again, you kind of need to make sure that you have the time to support that sort of stuff. So depending on where it all winds up, I'll sort of prioritize where that is. But part of that is also the reason why I've been starting a little bit later this week. The work is actually surprisingly good in terms of the balance. I do need to make sure that I keep on top of some of the stuff that I'm working on. But I seem to have gotten more or less sorted out. It's just all the extra side stuff. Anyways, that's my excuse. We are starting the last of the, well, not the last, but like this week, since we finished Book of Hours, and of course I do like Book of Hours, but I set a few things aside. So this week has been sort of reopening a few games which we had played before and then set aside for one reason or another. And this is the third one, and I know a couple of people were really looking forward to this particular game. And there's some world events which are kind of relevant to the setting of this. I'll wait before we have a little bit more time. Obviously, one, it's just a chance to catch up with everybody, in terms of ranting away at the stuff that I have. I actually had some coffee, which I pretty much inhaled, so I might get something to drink before we go too far into the game. But yeah, so Monday we did Soma, and I'd like to finish up Soma before we move to something else for Mondays. I'll probably be back to a strategy game for Mondays for a bit. Wednesday we are back to Phantom Brigade, and I really enjoy playing Phantom Brigade. We're out of the tutorial for that, so that means we'll be getting to some boss fights before too long. But again, Phantom Brigade's an absolutely wonderful game, which I'm happy to be back to, and then we will be following up with Godless and Cobalt Core before too long with that. And then Fridays, I think for the next little while, we'll be dedicating to Cyberpunk. So this doesn't mean that there aren't other games I want to return to. There are actually a couple very specific ones that I'm thinking of that I would like to put back on sort of Fridays and Mondays. But right now, I want to try and close off a few things. A little bit like the real-life things that I'm working on. I want to try and close those out. And like some of the games that I've got, I want to try and, tighten the screws, get a few things knocked off of the playlist. And I have no intention of rushing any of it. but I am looking forward to. I am kind of looking forward to, you know, getting, I don't know, getting more variety, but also just getting to this point where, you know, everything's sort of cleared out a little bit. I can sit down and think about what some long-term plans are, because I've made long-term plans, but it's one thing to make them and then find myself in a situation where, you know, I can't actually implement them. Anyways, it's been 10 minutes. Let's jump back into Cyberpunk. And I don't... Yeah, this is definitely the one that I've been playing on stream. Now, one thing that's kind of funny about this, I don't think I remember the controls. So, just a quick warning on Dogtown, and Toastmasters, Kurt Hansen, Toastmasters.
I'm imposing a state of emergency in Dogtown until further notice.
Is he done?
More news to come as the situation develops.
All right. So a friend of mine was talking about this. He gave a big recommendation for Cyberpunk, and I'm like, yeah, it's a pretty good game. Might be familiar with it. But did comment on how his PC seems to slow down in Dogtown. And that does happen for me, although weirdly enough, if I close out the game and reload it, sometimes the performance will improve. So just a warning on that. Like, I'm already noticing here that the performance isn't great, but I'm going to try and keep the interruptions to a minimum. This is not promising. I mean, if I have to, I will... if I have to, I will reset, but... yeah, this is no good. Thing is, I did also change a setting on my antivirus, which makes me a little worried about the quality. So I'm going to take a second here. I'm actually going to close out a bunch of the extra apps just to see if I can give myself a little more to work with. Oh boy. Okay. I think that's the best I can do. So let's try opening up Cyberpunk again. In a pinch, oh, hang on. There is actually one other thing I might be able to do to improve things. But let's start with what we've got here, and then yeah, if I have to close out of Cyberpunk again, then I'll mess with the other thing I was thinking of, but this already looks like an improvement. This less so. I mean, it's not silky smooth, but it's an improvement over... It's an improvement over how we started. I wonder if I can get a little more. I'm going to try not to obsess too much with the performance and see if we can get by with what we've got here. But like I said, the weird part for me is it's been a while since I played this, so I'm going to need to get a few memories. Okay, this is interesting. So we're following. There we go. Actually, you know what? There is one more thing I think I might be able to do. Um, Sorry, just give me one more second here. Um, this is quite different from what I remember. Okay. Oh, well, that's discouraging. Sorry, I forgot that sometimes there's a little bit of setup that I need to do here. What is the other? I may not even be able to change this setting on my antivirus anymore. Yeah, this has happened a couple of times before. The biggest thing for me was, where are we? Oh, Jesus. There's a bunch of... Yeah, there's a bunch of permissions that this this antivirus didn't really ask for, just kind of took. um, okay. Sorry, this is not going to be a stream of me um, doing maintenance, but okay. What else can I do here? I think that's it. And while I'm here, I think it's possible for me. So one of the things that I used to, one thing I know that used to slow down the game was having the GOG overlay. And the funny thing is, they've actually changed the way that GOG works. So I set a custom, I set a custom, like custom key combination to get the overlay to show up. And the funny thing is, there doesn't seem to be an option to change that anymore. So I can't actually bring up the overlay, but it does actually seem to impact the game performance. Okay. Gonna do one last check here on my task manager. Aegis Sound here, good to see you. How you doing? Okay, so I'm loading up the task manager just to see if there's a big hit to my settings. But I imagine some expectation here would be that with the... Oh, that's not a promising start. But yeah, so the expectation here is that the game should have performed better because of the update to the settings. But then this happened, so let's see.
Attention all Dogtown residents. This is Kirk Hansen. An unmarked aircraft has crashed in our district. The crash site is now a restricted area.
Okay, it's a little bit better. I'm going to do one last thing here and look at performance. So yeah, the GPU is definitely breaking a sweat. I'm not entirely sure this is any better than... Oh, hang on. What's this Z button? Oh, radio. Hang on. Did I... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not sure this is any better than when I changed things before, but let's work with what we've got. And please let me know if it gets too unbearable, but I think... I think we can live with this. Actually, sorry, there is one more setting I wanted to double check. That's the DLSS, because I remember that got... Hang on. This was the... I don't remember if DLAA is the option that I want, or quality. Just 1 second here. This was exactly the setting I was wondering about. Okay, just 1 second here. I think I saved this. I think I saved these details. Yeah, so I don't think DLAA was an option before. But that might actually be the best. How much do we want to add? uh, so if I just go to the max on this, I'm curious. Yeah, we're going to need to reset the game. Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to go halfway. We're going to reset one more time. I do wonder why the... I really do need to sit down with that setting and actually work that out. I do remember last time we played this, the DLSS was the thing that was affecting the performance. But again, I do believe I kind of need to reset the game for the settings to work out. What I will be interested to see, though, is the GPU utilization. I'm sorry, again, like, I'm not crazy about doing so much maintenance at the beginning of a stream like this, but I do remember this was the cost of doing business with Cyberpunk. Okay, so the GPU's still breaking a sweat. I'm not super convinced that all that much has changed. That made the world a difference. Nearly Logical, good to see you. Yeah, so I honestly, the answer should have been, although now that I'm in a meddling mood, can we bring that up? And I'm wondering if I can get away with better screen space reflections. Yeah, I mean, it's working, but there's still a little more overhead. Or not a little more overhead, like there's still a little more space on the utilization. So what when we get to the scarier parts of Dogtown, I might have to meddle with that. But this is actually, this is working, and this does not make me nearly as sad as I was before. So I'm gonna keep an eye on my my settings for a little bit. Again, please let me know if there's any pain. Sorry, there is one last thing that I wanted to check. So. I think the rest of this is as it was. But yeah, so what I wanted to try and do is sort of a, you know, story so far, but
How long have you been tracking me? I won't tell anyone.
Look just like one of those, raccoon.
It's them!
but I was trying to go for a I'm trying to be nice. But yeah, so I was trying to do a story so far because it has been a while. We're okay.
Run, everybody, run!
Dear N-Cart passenger, we are pleased to inform you that the technical problem with your N-Cart City Pass has been resolved. Full access to all N-Cart services has been restored. As compensation for this inconvenience, we have credited your N-Cart account with a promotional discount, allowing you to travel on any N-Cart line for free of charge until the end of the calendar year. We appreciate your understanding and hope to see you riding with N-Cart again soon. Thank you for traveling with us, N-Cart customer support. That's got to be something that was added in a patch. So my preference here would be not to have to deal with these guys. And I think because we're currently pursuing an unknown goal, I'm going to leave the story so far to a point when that's a little bit more natural. But we are in the Phantom Liberty, and we have finally met Solomon Reed, the Idris Elba character, although the circumstances were a bit different from what I was expecting based on the preview for Cyberpunk. So I am kind of interested in seeing how that gets resolved. The other thing, I've been chatting every once in a while, so if you would like some credit for someone who's responsible for me coming back to Cyberpunk at the time that I have. Oh, no! Ah! Coupon for buying the deluxe service upgrade. I wanted to accept the call, not...
V. A few days ago, scavengers hit a transport. The tech vanished, as did the guards. The latter we'll presume for good. Now, that would just be another day in Dogtown, until I receive word from Zeta Tech's CEO. The transport, though unmarked, happened to be theirs. Among the plethora of tech stolen, there was one precious eye implant and its schematics. The poor scavs seem unaware of its built-in GPS tracker. You'll follow their SIG. Go to the scav's nest in the scraper in the Longshore Stacks. I've sent you more details in writing.
Alright, so... What was I going to say? You know what? We'll just run ahead with this mission here, and then we'll catch up in terms of the story. So, gig objective: retrieve a prototype implant and its schematics. Location: construction site, the Scraper Longshore Stacks. A few days ago, the scavengers raided a convoy returning from the stadium. Soon after, I received a call from the regional director of Zetatech informing me said convoy was theirs. Now, they try to keep their transaction on the down low. Unfortunately, it seems the scavs go lower. Zetatech lost a valuable prototype implant. Oh, yeah, sorry. I remember what I was going to say, but lost a valuable prototype implant along with its technical documentation. They like to retrieve their lost items. Fortunately, the prototype is emitting a trackable signal. It's pointed us to a scav haunt in the Longshore Stacks at the construction site of a long unfinished skyscraper. I've sent you the coordinates. I trust you'll do the rest. So yeah, Ellen Ripley is partially responsible for me coming back to Cyberpunk at the time that I have, and there's been a couple of fun real-world developments which are kind of relevant to the setting. So I do want to share those, but it's like information that we'll keep. So I figured as a bit of a tip of the hat to somebody who helped bring a quote unquote fan favorite, or something that I'm hoping is a fan favorite. I figured I would hold back on at least a little bit of the topics. There's still plenty to talk about, but all right. I am slightly annoyed at the mistargeting, but we can work this out. Okay. There's a couple here that I am not going to be able to deal with the old-fashioned way, I don't think. But I can use this to get an idea of where the bad guys are. I mean, if I have to, I can go in guns blazing, but... Now, if I recall correctly, disabling these is a temporary affair now. So it's definitely something I'm willing to do, but it's not something that I'm gonna throw away RAM on while I'm still scanning. Although we'll at least tag it. Also, it's fair to say these are scavs, so I don't feel as bad killing them. Okay, so I don't think I have a way of disabling this camera. I guess there's one last thing that I can do here, which would be to ping. So yeah, I'm gonna have some of my work cut out for me, distraction and camera-wise, but I have an approach. Or I will, assuming that I can get rid of this guard. Of course they turn around. Alright, might be better just to wait for them to turn around. I mean, this might work as far as a distraction, but the longer I can make it so that I don't have to deal with a firefight, the better. Hello, Beefreefles. It's going okay. I'm definitely still feeling the pressure of having a lot to do, but I'm doing my best trying to break it up into manageable batches. All right, they really like to seem hanging. They really seem to like hanging out here. They obviously do have a patrol. So the question is, all right, you know what?
Right. Come on! I said, come on, come at me, fucker!
And him!
He's mine! Stay together! Don't split! Move!
Ah, damn it! I just blew myself up. Trying to dodge the sniper. I failed to dodge the bullet, and then proceeded to bounce the grenade off the container. Anyways, that's actually not a bad position to fight them from. I'd just rather not. So I'm going to. All right. That was a little dangerous, but we got past it. Okay, so let them cool down a bit. Okay, no good there. So I could zap them, but I think a distraction will be sufficient here.
What?
Pointing them right at me. All right. Well, this will be a. Here's what we're gonna do: one of these, and then one of these. Okay, so the worry there was that this guy would have seen me do the deed.
That was bullshit.
I think as long as I stay on this upper level, I'm in pretty good shape. We will clear out the lower level, but I want to do what I can first. Now, these guys, I believe, will just throw me off if I try to take them out. So I'm going to need to try and get clever with them. Or at least work around them. If I can get some kind of... Okay, I was going to go for a distraction, but... I don't... Oh, yep. They're conveniently positioning themselves beside hiding places. This is going considerably better than the last time. Also, the at least according to what I'm looking at here, the quality, like frame rate wise, should be okay. It's hopefully that matches for everyone. There's like a couple of places where it lags, but that's usually when it's transitioning between screens, and that's been true since the game first came out. I'm not gonna kick up a fuss about that. Now this may not require I was just thinking the skull guy is going to be a problem, so I do need to hide the bodies each time. Okay, so the high road was a nice start, but I think I have exhausted my options there. I suppose I technically don't need to clear the area out, I just need to get to the objective. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what I do if I don't try to clear out the area.
No witnesses. One shot done on the spot. What good's a hostage?
Why you ask me? What? Don't like his pretty face?
Fucking suit. The white for the rats stop breathing.
Let him enjoy cage. We make the corporata.
Those grates are a liability. Okay, so the obvious answer here is to ping. Okay. So the turret's obviously a worry. This is a hell of a risk, yeah. I wanted to try and take out that other guy, but... Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn it off. Oh, this'll get interesting. I gotta go for it. Oh, no good, no good, no good, no good. I think it's gonna blow me away no matter what.
You're dead! God damn it!
Не трогай! Hiding around town! Ага.
We gotta surround him! Now! Make decision!
Alright, so... Oh, crap. I should have saved some RAM. So So as long as they don't surround me, I should be able to make it, but that's a big if. Turn off is best. So this will buy me time to take them out here. That was not so good. Recoil on this is pretty bad. Okay, he's trying to get brave. Okay, I'm gonna take some damage off of the short circuit, but I don't have the strength to take that thing out, so.
He's mine! What else? God damn it!
Okay, so obviously I missed someone. Oh, there we go. And if I don't deal with that turret, it's gonna chew me up next time I go after that hacker. That's your third playthrough of Baldur's 3. Wow. I've actually really been enjoying Prosciutto Fist's playthrough of that. But I'll also say that Elkanu has been playing it quite a bit as well. I just haven't been able to catch him while he's been... Okay, I might be able to take them out silently now.
You crazy or what?
Okay, so this is a considerably easier problem to deal with. So really, at this point, this is all about looting the bodies, and I do need to dodge the... I do need to dodge the turrets while I do this, but... So yeah, I mean, let's be honest, this is sloppier than what I wanted, but we survived. And reasonably convincingly? It's like a couple of silly moves, but nothing... Nothing I'd be sad to see on a replay. Archive Conversation, Sue Taylor and Nitro. Loot all unpacked? Yeah. Grenades all in the scrapper armory? Yep. Great, now the car. What about it? Get rid of it, moron. Shame to trash a good ride. Had it checked, no signal beacons or anything. Know what that means then? If you can't see any, what? It means they're hidden, moron. Whatevs. No whatevers. Dump it in some shady shithole. Burn it, sink it, burn, then sink. Do you have a favorite class, Cured, or do you, have your playthroughs been varied? Okay, so unless I find the card, I don't think I'm ready to go down there quite yet. Usually if there's some kind of card, that means there's something in the environment to tell me. So I'm gonna guess that this is related to the code, but I don't quite have... Clean needles for P1 donors only. You're rogue through and through, but you've played rogue, barbarian, and just finished a bard playthrough. Very nice. I am still in my... Like, I really have not gotten past my original exposure to Dungeons & Dragons where, you know, wizards are always the coolest option, but then you find out that they're incredibly weak until they can level up. So basically you're miserable and you always lose at the start, and then over time you finally you're allowed to start doing the cool things that you start playing the wizard for. So, like the fool that I am, I went for a mage in Baldur's Gate 3 when I played as well. Linda Clark and Alex Kotov. You find anything? Yeah, been all around Longshore and finally found the thing. Do I even want to know what? If you don't, what the fuck are you texting for? Cool your shit. What'd you find? No, the skyscraper near the marketplace was supposed to be a hotel or office or something. No, the one. They're going to be our new HQ. Near marketplace equals handy. Stadium's far off. Can pawn little goods at marketplace. Exactly. Can put heavy defenses at the ground floor and place a nice viewpoint up top. And place even has a furnace up top. Furnace? Very useful. Can burn corpses, bake pizza. True. A 2-for-1 combo. Haha. Okay, gonna send someone to check the place out. Place is running over. Seriously. But send someone if you still don't believe. If you can give me a quick minute here... I'm going to just going to change a couple of things. I'm getting ready for like a late stream tonight, which is a shame because I was kind of banking on a proper bedtime tonight, but I've also had more coffee than what I had originally intended. Okay, give me a minute here. I thought I was done with all the maintenance, but this is personal maintenance. Just trying to make sure that I've got enough time tomorrow to get everything that I need done. You had an encounter in your first co-op playthrough where all the party members but your rogue had died. You hid on a rooftop, slowly sneak attacking and picking off enemies slowly. I've actually had that happen in Divinity Original Sin 2, where I could play dead. So the friend I was playing with, they were left to deal with the problems, whereas I was just, I was doing my thing. But I will note that is the last time that we have actually played together. So, yeah. Maybe I could have handled that differently. All right, sorry, I'm almost done. I'm trying not to take a break for a drink, but I'm trying to make it so that at least I can finish this this mission. But I might break. Just one more minute here, and I'll see what I can do. Okay, we've got... Okay. Mostly just messing around with my alarms and trying to work out a few other details, but I think we should be good for the next little bit. I will try and make sure that Fridays don't spend, there aren't as much time with me sort of being quiet doing maintenance-like things. But I am kind of getting used to, I mean, I guess this is the nice thing about doing only one game. There's a lot less to keep track of, but you pay for it in terms of forgetting all the other stuff that you need to do. This is actually running really well, though. All right, this probably would have been helpful earlier. Why does it say... Oh, yeah. Goods from the convoy. Yo, Chooms, we got a real shit wreck outside the scraper. Corpse convoy is trash. Congrats, but clean your shit up. Get that goods up to container 21 and 29. You find any pre-iron, haul that shit to the armory near the elevator. This week's code is 2045. Join the Breath of Nature. Breath of Nature Eco Village HQ. Encrypted recipient list. Hello, we've identified you as a perfect candidate for our social experiment. Are you fed up with consumerist society? Do you lack a sense of community and a sense of belonging? Do you feel disconnected from the land on which you live? We thought so. It's for people like you that we have created an international community where we can work together in harmony to welcome each new day with purpose. Through our mutual efforts, we strive for complete independence from all external influence. We live by a own code of our own communal making. We care for each other. We form deep, unbreakable bonds. We are building a village to call our own. Here, everyone's needs are met and all decisions are made collectively. If you want to join us on the path to fulfillment, please send us your application so we can welcome you with open arms and open hearts. We cannot wait to welcome you into our home. Applications must include a completed application form, signed consent confirming your understanding of the risks of construction work, and the following fees paid in full: application fee, relocation fee, training fee, acclimatization fee, and first contribution to the community fund. I am available for voice work, by the way. I forgot the code. $20.45. Should I keep him hanging and give him a high five? Oops. No. Okay, cool. So I'm going to have to make a decision as to whether or not I want to scrap these or sell them, because I believe I have actually been shorter on money than on parts. But I also think crafting would make for some interesting... Yeah. Crafting would make for some interesting upgrades. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's organize by... Okay, first of all, as cool as it is to go without headgear, I kind of feel like I need to... like I need to protect myself, so... I can get armor... and cosplay as a corpo for a day. Yeah, it's interesting. So some of these don't actually give protection. Thing is, I look ridiculous with that. Maybe I did make a specific decision. Okay. Cute, but... Yeah. Kite, how are you doing, my friend? All right, everybody. For those of you who would like to see a real life Solomon Reed, Kite always keeps saying that he does not work in his nation's security services. And it is precisely that insistence that tells me he does. He, quote unquote, isn't a spy, are his exact words. And, he's always kind of laughing when he says it, but you also kind of know that he could kick my ass. So there's always like that implied threat inside of it. And he like suddenly goes away for really long periods of time to these like really big hot spots. And he's like always running around with a weighted vest whenever he's got his free time. So it's like, it's one of these things, right, where you're just sort of like, okay, Kite, okay, you're just really into fitness and you just happen to, do a lot of combat things, in your spare time. You're obviously just a really, really fit guy, really into exercise. And there's absolutely nothing, nothing going on here. And he always, he's talking about how when he runs into people who are actually in the army, they're like, what unit are you with? And he's like, oh, I'm not with a unit. I was like, oh man, he's on those ones where they need to like take the flags off of their, their patches off and, and disavow, the government will disavow any knowledge of their activities. So like, that Kite's doing the really scary stuff. So this is what I mean by saying that he's like he's a real life Solomon Reed. He's just, presumably, he's not going to be streaming for a while he sets himself up in, one of those countries we're not allowed to talk about. Yeah, there was that one time that he had to murder a dude. Every once in a while the armor slips. But anyways, so, before Kite goes deep cover, in Dogtown or wherever he winds up, I highly recommend that you check out his broadcast. He's lately been doing Prince of Persia. Perhaps he is preparing for deployment into the heart of Tehran. Makes sense. But in any case, I'm always very happy to see him. He's actually the reason we did Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Another game which I think is just really him keeping at peak performance whenever he's in his off time. But oh yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe he keeps saying he's like, I'm not a spy because he isn't officially in the employment of his nation. Maybe he works for one of those private military contractors. That would make sense. So anyways, if you want to see a real life hero and, just, make sure you're respectful and don't mess with him because he's got his network across the world who will, let me find the exact quote that was sent to me. It was like in a sealed envelope underneath my door. Let me just see. Yeah, so I mean, like, this all sounds like a joke, but basically the first time I sort of started, saying all this stuff around with Kite, there was like this envelope that was slid under my door. And I opened it up, and like it's not the full like cutting text out of the it's not like cutting the text out in terms of like magazines and things like that. It was obviously typed, but typed from like different machine. Like the font, like the typesetting was different for each one. So it's like obviously a job to make sure that you couldn't even detect what machine it was written from. And the note here says, "What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda and have over 300 confirmed kills. I am trained in guerrilla warfare, and I'm the top sniper in the entire U.S. Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but another target. I will wipe you the fuck out with the precision the likes of which has never seen before on this earth. Mark my fucking words. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the internet? Think again, fucker. As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of spies across the USA, and your IP is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, maggot. The storm that wipes out that pathetic little thing you call your life. You're fucking dead, kid. I can be anywhere, anytime, and I can kill you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hands. Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the United States Marine Corps, and I will use it to its full extent to wipe your miserable ass off the face of the continent, you little shit. If only you could have known what unholy retribution your little clever comment was about to bring down upon you, maybe you would have held your fucking tongue. But you couldn't, you didn't, and now you're paying the price, you goddamn idiot. I will shit fury all over you and drown you in it. You're fucking dead, kiddo. See, Kite knows. Please tell me somebody is familiar. I'm glad that Cured is at least familiar. So for those of you not familiar, this is like a reasonably famous copy pasta, which is not traditionally read in that tone. But as you can see here, right, like every once in a while, the pretense falls and Kite is like, no, there's no way that guy's real. It's because he knows. He's like, he's got the roster. Oh yeah, no, this is like there's a know your meme entry for this. So this is known as the Navy SEAL copy pasta, and like this is so very obviously someone having a laugh, right? Like because if it wasn't clear, I did try it with the pronunciation, but gorilla is spelt gorilla, Gorilla. Like I'm assuming, actually, we might even be able to find it. So the copy pasta is believed to have originated on the military and weapons enthusiast image board Operator Chan. So is this a 4chan thing? Sometime in 2010, the earliest archived posting was submitted November 11th, 2010 to 4chan's JP Otaku Culture board, in which the poster claimed to have seen the message previously on Operator Chan. But yeah, anyways, this is definitely this has definitely done the rounds on Twitch. But one of my favorites actually is if you check online. I won't do this for VOD purposes, but there's actually a very good synthesis of Biggie Smalls doing the Navy SEALs copy pasta, and it works very well. There's also one of Tupac, but the Biggie Smalls one is much better. So anyways, yeah, so my apologies, Kite. Like the whole joke on that was actually assuming that everybody was familiar with the Navy SEAL copy pasta. But that is even funnier that you're like, no, that guy totally isn't, I haven't seen him at any of the meetings. But what was it? Or he knows someone who's actually has all those things and is not going to go writing about it to some schmuck on the internet. So I'm actually going to feel bad about this because, first of all, the last thing that you'll notice here is that Kite obviously is very patient and has a sense of humor, because I'm pretty sure I would have been banned several times on his, on his channel for this sort of nonsense. But after all of that kind of a shout out, I feel like I'm basically stuck for saying, oh yeah, and then there's Selphia. But Selphia, who I've not actually seen streaming for a while. I don't know if our time, I know I have been finishing things a little bit earlier lately, but I met Selphia through Dendrian's channel. Selphia has been doing a lot of my time in Sandrock, but is not exclusive with that. And in fact, as you can see from the references above, I don't know how well you know Salford Sal. I believe Salford Sal, who is quite a big... Oh, I'm sorry, Sophie. I completely missed it. I I'm not expected to be in work early, but I have taken up going to work early. It's actually, I'm going to be honest with you. I've had a hybrid work environment for a long time, and I did not like going into work at my old place. The new place has a nice building, and I have a dedicated desk. I get a hell of a lot more done at work. It's also fair to say, like, I have a really nice monitor set up at work. So it is nicer it is definitely nicer than working at home. So that's maybe another factor at play here. But yeah, because I have a commute, because I try to get into the office, I'm ready. I'm ready, Sophia. But in any case, this has meant that some of the people, particularly the Australians, but anyways, sorry, I'm short-circuiting. I please do not let my unfamiliarity with Sylphia's latest come off as insincere. I've actually very much enjoyed watching their channel, and they're always very kind in terms of talking me up whenever I stop by. All right, so Sophia says, most people could care less than people say irregardless. The misuse should have been snipped in the butt a long time ago. Maybe they are just scapegoats for the broader problems of the decline of education, but even though I have been biting my time here, cringing at the next faux pas while they have got off scotch-free, it's truly a moot point these days. Face it, it's a dog-eat-dog world. I think I'll just go curl up in a feeble position. So I can't really do this justice by speaking it out. Hopefully I pronounced all of that correctly for you. I should have been a little bit more clear on my enunciation on a couple of those, but that was very amusing. There is let me see if I can find this. There was a Canadian version of this which was very amusing. Yep, here we go. So Alberta is kind of like Canada's Texas. Apologies to Texas and some Albertans. But there is, so traditionally Alberta has had the, so it's had a few different names, like a progressive conservative was, I realize sounds like a contradiction in terms to most people, but that was so there was a conservative party, then there's a progressive conservative party, and what's been happening lately is a few seem to have been coming back to something like the United Conservative Party or Conservative Party or whatever. But traditionally with Alberta, what has happened is there's, one party that has formed government for decades, which has been either the Conservative Party or the Progressive Conservative Party. But what would usually happen is that you have this movement in terms of the kind of the types of policies have usually been reflected by the selection of the leader. So you would have the more progressive for that region Conservative Party leader, or the more, conservative Party leader. Again, as weird as that sounds. And then for a number of reasons, I think one of it does have to do with the fact that one of the more progressive conservatives kind of was pushed out, and there was some fraction inside of that party. Inside of Alberta, basically the second largest party, known as the NDP, the New Democratic Party. Are you talking about Sudak? He's wealthy. You mean to tell me that business people are not as good at running the government as they say? I know he was an MP before that, but I know there's always the whole government should be run like a business, and then everybody learns that maybe it's a little more complicated. Anyways, so sorry, this is such a long scaffolding to build for such a silly point, but But yeah, so the NDP is actually, so Cured will appreciate this the most. They are a bit more like Labor. So the NDP actually has socialism as part of its party charter still, I believe. And there was a bit of a debate about removing it when it felt like they could potentially form a government. And I know this was a big thing. This is, I think, what happened under Blair, where sort of the whole idea for New Labour was sort of the third way thing, and they removed socialism from the charter. But in the case of the NDP, it is both federally and provincially a socialist party, although obviously it doesn't mean, like, Canada is not going to become, it's like, it's not one of these things where like all of a sudden we're reigniting the Cold War. Think of a Labor government, not the kibbutzim in Israel or something like that. I think I'll understand this most, but I'm 21 and still not registered to vote. So, well, yeah, but I'm mostly just thinking in terms of the idea. Well, actually, I guess with Sophia, there's probably more of an active Liberal, or a more active Labor Party in Australia as well. Just the thing is, like, for Canada, it's a bit weird because the party that I think has been in government the most has been the Liberal Party, but the Liberal Party also sort of oversaw this period where, like, there was a lot of sort of budget cutting and like the sort of things you tend to associate more with more right-wing parties. So it has definitely moved between sort of center-left, center-right. It has always been a centrist party, but there's definitely been flavors between the two. I think it would be fair to say that under Trudeau, it's a little bit more of a center-left party. And certainly, when they first got in, they essentially ate the NDP's lunch. But I guess in the case of Canada, it is a rare thing for the party that has socialism as its charter to be considered anything but a third place party. Like, they did form an opposition at one point, but that would be considered historically unusual. However, they have formed government in provinces. And in the case of, usually in Canada, it winds up being either the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party, and you can guess what stripe the Tories are, right? So in the case of the Liberal Party, it's they are a member of the same organization as the Liberal Democrats, the same way that the Conservatives are a member of the International Democratic Union. But clearly the idea of the Liberal Democrats forming government is farcical, right? I realize they were in the coalition with Cameron, with the Conservatives, but that is as close as that party is ever going to get to forming government. Whereas in Canada, it would not be an unusual thing for that party to form government, and our version of Labor essentially is never going to form a government. Well, okay, never say never, but it would be very unusual for that to happen. So it's weird, and usually not that I wanted this to be a description of Canadian politics, and I'm sure most Canadians would think this is an absolutely terrible description of it. But the differences usually come down to what is the direction that these party frameworks wind up taking, right? Just like we were saying in terms of Alberta, decades of a progressive conservative government. However, they will act more like what you might see from a slightly more progressive party, again, for that region. It's not like you're going to see, they have like the lowest taxes in the area. It's very heavily driven by oil. So, it's not like you're not going to see them act like Quebec. But anyways, for a number of different reasons, partly sort of fractiousness on the right, and also just due to the fact that I think the electorate might have felt that their preference for the leader wasn't respected because of internal party politics, the NDP actually wound up forming a government under this woman, Rachel Notley. And you can imagine for quite a conservative province that there would be some fairly strong feelings about that. Particularly because she implemented a carbon tax in a region which is very heavily opposed to policies like that. So there was this case where someone on Facebook called for a coup d'etat. However, instead of spelling it Coupd''ETAT, obviously you put the accent over the E, but I don't know the proper name for that. They spelled it Kudatah. So they've only heard the word, never seen it written down. So you know, the that was the one that I had to add to Sophia's. I'll try reading it one more time because obviously I've put the stream on hold at this point. Most people could care less that people say irregardless. This misuse should have been snipped in the butt a long time ago. Maybe they are just the scapegoats for the broader problems of the decline of education. But even though I have been biting my time here, cringing at the next faux pas, while they get off scotch-free, it's truly a moot point these days. Face it, it's a dog world. I think I'll just go curl up in a feeble position. So that is my Canadian contribution to that delightful pile up of cliches. Actually, I'm really tempted to read politics in the English language now, but maybe we'll do that after we finish the mission. And Sophia, just to make us all feel better about governments. Sophia, in theory, not sure there's much of a difference anymore. Labor is slightly left of center. Liberal is slightly more, that's slightly right of center. Neither of them actually stand for anything anymore. And this is obviously a very common complaint about most political parties. So I certainly don't mean to tell people how they should feel about these things. But now that I've got everybody feeling very sad, this might work. See, Kite laughs at the spelling of coup d'état just because, you know, he's been around the block. He's brought down a government or two. Let's sort this stuff. I wish there was an oh, there's an all items. Hammer time? Yeah, so, you know, scrapping something like this probably makes the most sense. And I'm going to make a guess here that there's no... Yeah, there's no improvement for these. Okay, so the time that I spent in that menu I'm paying for in terms of frames, but we should get back to quality. I will say, like, this, it feels like this is running better even than the last time I played. I don't know if it's just, you know, the distance or what, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Also, again, if I realize I got very heavily distracted, please, if you have not already, consider following both of those fine streamers because they make this place brighter with their presence, and I actually do enjoy watching both of them. So out of curiosity, Sophia, what have you been playing lately? Assuming it's not more Sandrock, obviously.
We gotta check it out. I'm a free man. I have the right to relax a little.
I did not realize there were that many people here. So, Kite, I think you've been playing Cyberpunk. I know at least you have expressed interest in it. Have you been playing this, or... I can't remember, because I get the feeling you had like a Nomad, maybe. Okay. I don't remember what you were playing. Let's ditch the assault rifle and the shotgun. Tell us your thoughts. And have you played the DLC yet? Waste not, want not. So, so as you know, we got some preem cut of chrome from our Zetatech cattle. Bit bullet ridden, but still put them up for carving. Got to be some chrome still salvageable. Grab any jewelry, watches, gold teeth, and make them leave this world like they were born, but naked. Yeah. Possibly. Also, I think the direction matters. Interestingly enough, to say that. Kite says, interesting that it's cool that you kill people with a different animation than I do. Not a different animation than his character. A different animation than he does. Like I said, you just gotta learn to read the messages the right way. Yeah, in game. Quote unquote. I hear you, Kite. You only use swords and throwing daggers. Yeah, and in game again, conspicuously left for a second message after the fact. And as Kiert says, be careful. They already know your address. Yeah, won't be an envelope this time. It will be a sword or throwing dagger. Hey, people guy. Yeah, I don't feel bad. So I do think it's a really interesting choice that they made to make hiding bodies a lethal act. It definitely changes the way that I approach this stuff. But I don't feel bad about killing scavs. So so I know everybody thinks that's a really funny joke to come in to streams and say, oh, this game looks different today. It is actually a problem if the stream is not tagged up. So my understanding is I am tagged up as Cyberpunk. Am I tagged up by something different, or are people just telling the same joke again and again? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to be like crabby about that, but it is actually a problem because I have been improperly tagged before, and the problem is that the stream has been banned as in I could not broadcast, I could not watch for 24 hours because somebody came in and caused trouble over the tagging of the stream. So the thing is that I realize everybody thinks they're being hilarious when they say that, but it I believe the next phase for that will be a week, and obviously that. A day isn't a problem because I will, I don't stream every day. But if I lose the stream for a week, that does get in the way of being able to. So I realize, again, people are just trying to keep it light and things like that. But that is one of the ones where there are consequences at this point. So I'm sorry to kill the mood. No, it's all good. It's just obviously so. Here's the thing. I played around with, so in Canada it's we haven't had Bard, now called Gemini, for a while, and that was largely due to a dispute with Google about basically about paying for news. I think there's something similar that happened in Australia. So I, was testing its capabilities a little bit, and it wound up giving this really aggressive, I'm not doing that. I think he said, I cannot and I will not ... And I offered just a reply. It's hey, chill. I didn't realize you felt so strongly about this. What? How could I have known this was such a hot button issue? And then it's sort of well, as a large language model, I blah blah, does its usual song and dance here. So the thing is if it feels like I'm coming in hot on something like that, I feel I at least owe it to people to explain why. And it's I do want to be clear to people why that doesn't really work, because it is unfortunately not. It's not cute anymore. And again, it's one of these, abundant examples of someone ruining it for everybody on Twitch. And Twitch has a role to play in this too, right? But I figure if I'm going to kind of come in strong on something like that, I at least owe people the explanation in terms of why we can't have fun with that anymore. So everyone's good, but just wanted to. Okay. I'm playing with fire here, but. Ooh. All right, let's try. I'm focusing on the white ones first. Again, I am trying to make money, so I don't want to completely clear out all the stuff that I can pick up. Have you messed around with the cyberpsychosis mechanic of this game? As in the cyberpsychosis missions, or is there something that was added with the update that brought us Phantom Liberty? Because I haven't run into cyberpsychosis yet, but that like for my character, but that doesn't mean, like, that could just be because I'm unfamiliar. Night City and the Painful Return to Normality. Night City and the Painful Return to Normality. Rebuilding Night City's center after the terrorist nuclear attack was no easy feat. Along with the end of a global conflict known as the Fourth Corporate War, the United States has entered a period of unrest, resulting in the then-President Elizabeth Kress forbidding one of Night City's largest employers, the Arasaka Corporation, from conducting business in the USA. Instead of offering help to rebuild Night City, America's leaders urged residents to abandon their homes, writing the city down as a loss. Scattered and desperate, they could have easily lost hope, but the proud Night citizens ignored the authorities' instructions, decided to remain and bring the city back to its former glory. The Night Corporation offered full-body conversions for those who agreed to work in radioactive zones and clear hazardous debris. To cope with overcrowding, dozens of new mega buildings rose up from the rubble. The design of these one-size-fits-all structures expanded on the idea of vertical malls from the previous era, adapted to suit the needs of thousands of tenants and consumers. Finally, in 2052, the mission to rebuild Corporate Plaza began. The message to the world was clear: Night City is reopening for business. But yeah, Kite, I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to there. If there is a character-based cyberpsychosis mechanic, I haven't seen that yet, and I'd be very interested. But yikes. But if you're talking about those missions for the Fixer... Okay, I'm going to have to get up and go for a minute. Oh, crap. I'm going to need to take a very small break, but I will be back. Okay, yeah. You know what? Sorry, I know it took us a long time to get started, and I took a big break in terms of just goofing around with everybody, but I'm going to need to get up and go for a little bit. So I apologize that it's a silent screen that you're going to be looking at. I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible, and we'll be back for some more Cyberpunk, hopefully with fewer interruptions in terms of technical problems, but certainly we'll be sticking around for a chat in a few minutes. I don't know if the update came with a DLC or if it was an update for once they added elements from the anime, but you can now do things to your character that have them succumb to cyberpsychosis. Okay, I think that is actually something that came in the patch then, because I remember from the original game I didn't have that. But yeah, again, I'm sorry that this is not the more exciting screen to be on, but I will try and be back as soon as I can. Enjoy Break Yourself. I'm going to run ads so people don't get hit by the pre-roll. See you in a bit. See, the trick here, Cured, is that you need to ask him. If you say it's like, "Hey, Kite, are you a spy?" The problem is that he can say no because I'm assuming he doesn't have like business cards that say that. You got to kind of approach it from another angle. So like, "Hey, Kite, how's the waste management business?" Or, you know, "Hey, are you familiar with? I have a bit of a plumbing problem. You know, it's got a bunch of black water running around, right?" That's how you catch them. Kite knows what I'm talking about. He's taken out the trash a couple of times. Although I'm going to ask because Kite has a great love of Japan, I think, or maybe he just is very on very good terms with a particular family. But do you know much about Japan around the 70s and 80s, Kite? Are you more familiar with modern history? Oh, this is my chance. Save and Sound, Night City Gangs. Hi there, it's your friendly neighborhood canine, Sergeant Dobbs. This useful little guide that you're holding contains essential information on Night City's largest gangs, where you'll learn what districts to avoid, how to recognize gang members, how to avoid dangerous situations. So this is one that we've read before, but it has been a while, so I figure we might as well catch up with the lore. Animals. The animals aren't real animals. They're freaks of nature, pumped to the gills with strength-enhancing hormones. They look more like piles of meat than people. They generally avoid cyberware with the exception of cosmetic modifications that supposedly make them look more like, well, animals. They're extremely aggressive and they don't need an excuse to start a brawl. But despite their name, the animals are not a territorial gang. You can find fierce, hostile packs of them throughout the city. The 6th Street Gang. From a distance, they could easily be mistaken for soldiers on leave. Military uniforms, combat boots, buzz cuts, shouting "Hoorah!" every chance they get. But don't let appearances fool you. These are violent, dangerous thugs, ready to slit your throat with the slightest hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation. You want to watch out for them, especially in Vista del Rey. The Mox. Handsome girls, beautiful guys. But wait, it's a trap. They'll reel you in with their charm, and when you're least expecting it, bam! Your eddies are gone. Or worse. The hole in a wall that passes for their headquarters is called Lizzie's Bar, best seen from far away and never entered. Maelstrom. If you ever find yourselves in Watson's industrial area, and it's better that you don't, watch out for the sinister faceplates. That's Maelstrom. To be part of the gang, you have to have your eyes and nose cut off and replaced with demonic fiery red optics. Ouch. If they do that to themselves, who knows what they'll do to strangers? Better leave that mystery unsolved. The Tiger Claws, effervescent neon tattoos with Asian motifs, katanas and shurikens, racing bikes. These are all some of the trademarks of the Tiger Claws gang, with a noticeable presence in Japantown. Ignore them and they shouldn't bother you, but do something to provoke them and it's sayonara, baby. The Valentinos, golden grills, golden implants, golden crosses, and golden machetes. Say hola to the Valentinos. Despite the Catholic symbolism, they're not exactly love thy neighbor types. Those who get in their way usually end up chopped into pieces and tossed into the Del Coronado. The Voodoo Boys. These predominantly Haitian gangers are based in Pacifica, but they hunt their victims elsewhere, the net. The Voodoo Boys are the most skilled net runners in the Night City underworld, but beware. That doesn't mean they're not dangerous in real space too. Be sure to give them a wide berth, or you might just end up like one of their black roosters without a head. All right. So the main thing was, we've talked a couple of times on the stream about how, sorry, I did get myself a drink while I was away. We did talk about how the, actually, so I learned a couple more specifics about this too. So there's this great economic prosperity that that Japan enjoyed, and it's essentially from the the end of World War II and the Reconstruction, and the Americans can't take all the credit for it. There was obviously some support, and there was an effort to try and contain the Soviet Union, so they did offer some support, but it's largely government policy, particularly allowing the the businesses to the kind of the private sector to flourish. But they did also engage in certain types of protectionism, which did also create quite a bit of frustration on the American side. But there's also some interesting things. So like there would be the interesting question, like, around the 70s, there were these oil price shocks, which created a term that you might have heard before, stagflation, where essentially you have a stagnant economy, but you still have inflation. Normally what would happen is you can have a very hot economy, but because demand for goods is outpacing the ability to supply them, you'll see an increase in the price level. But it was a relatively rare occurrence for there to be rising inflation while the economy was stagnant. That was something that people hadn't really been counting on. But in any case, one of the ways that Japan dealt with, I mean, they were affected by it too. It was a global oil price shock. And this is going to sound, I mean, nowadays, it's actually really funny to see how the reactions are different to these things. One of Japan's answers was to use less oil, right? Especially because it's not like it's a major oil producing nation. They wind up importing a whole lot of things and adding value to it and exporting it. And that was the part of that transition was in fact moving from the kind of country where it was like, oh, don't get the Japanese one, that's the crappy version, to like, really recognizable brands like Sony. So in the case of, and again, this is all sort of stuff we talked about. There's a crabby, well, I say crabby, it's really just the tone towards managers in his book, Out of the Crisis. Edwards Deming had a very large part in sort of training that, to a point that there is still the Deming Prize in Japan for the type of research that he did and the teaching that he brought in. But the reason why I point it out is just because it largely answers the question, why are there so many Japanese mega corporations like seemingly buying up the world? It's basically because around the 70s and 80s, that is essentially what everybody was looking at. They're seeing these incredibly successful, very efficient Japanese companies eating everyone's lunch. And again, you have certain protectionist policies. You also have, there was some dispute in terms of things like intellectual property. It's not to suggest that it's purely, well, I mean, this is the tricky part, right? Because some people will say, well, yeah, the Americans, only started bringing this stuff up once they couldn't compete. And it's a tricky call, right? Like it's not like every country is going to play fair when it comes to the trade agreements, even when it comes to Canada with the UK. If I'm completely honest, we should not be, speaking of eating people's lunch, like one of the reasons why the trade deals between Canada and the UK is sort of called off is that the UK wants more access to our beef and dairy market, which is protected in Canada. And there was a certain amount that was given up as part of a trade deal with the EU. And essentially what the British side would like is to get an equivalent access to what they had within the EU. Now, domestically in Canada, that is a significant voting bloc. That is a group with a lot of power and a lot of influence. You do not mess with that part unless you want a huge headache. So I'm in the tricky position where I'm sort of like, as an economist, it is completely bizarre for me to say, oh yeah, no, we definitely, this is one of these cases where we shouldn't, we should keep the trade barriers up. Like, there's a pretty clear answer. If you read a textbook, there's only going to be one answer to tell you what to do with that market. But what we do, like the other fact of the matter is that, it's a trade negotiation, and there are things that you put on the table, there are things that you don't put on there. Like, again, it doesn't work like in the textbook. And usually what you do is you try to get something by giving something up. And in the case of, I think Canada's position has been, and I'm not saying this is the right one, right? Because it's not like, as a consumer, right? I am not selling beef and I am not selling milk and cheese, right? I am a consumer of those. And the closer we get to the world price, the better off I am, right? But in this particular case here, the view is that, well, if the UK wants the EU deal, they can be in the EU. Brexit is not our problem, and we are not going to be giving up any more of the market. Again, as a consumer, so there's the difference between the consumer and the economist, right? As a consumer, I should want British access to the Canadian market, because then I get my choice of, beef or cheese from wherever. If on either I get variety or I get lower prices, and I probably get both in practice. But it's also, it's a question in terms of what it's a question in terms of how the deal actually is done. And I'm obviously not in a position. I mean, like, to be honest with you, I usually try to give positive statements. Here is what the people said about the trade deal. Here is what you will find if you read a textbook. I'm not entirely sure it's appropriate for me to sort of turn around and say, oh, and it's a terrible thing that, Canada let this fall apart, or, oh, it's a great thing that Canada brought it. I mean, obviously that's a statement that somebody's, that's something that everybody kind of needs to decide for themselves, right? This is why we do elections. You decide whether or not the government did a good job when you go to the polls. I'm sure that you've heard how Brexit has done the precise opposite of what it said it would. Yeah, I think even at the time, people were saying, this is terrible, and what you are claiming does not make any sense. So it's just a shame, because there's a lot of people who tried very hard not to have that not happen, and clearly they are the people who are living with the consequences for that. So it is a shame. But yeah, sorry, I brought this to modern topics. What I was really focusing on was Japan. So what I find kind of interesting about this was I actually saw the year in which that big Japanese boom ended, and we entered into what's kind of referred to as the lost decade. That was 1989, was sort of the peak of the Japanese stock market, and what I think some people would say is an asset bubble for some Japanese assets. And of course, what is the year, the original publication year for Cyberpunk 2013? 1988. And then 2020 came out in 1990, 2 years later. So it's one of these funny things, right, where it's the year before the peak is where you have this grim vision of Japan sort of eating the world through capitalism. But I mean, this is kind of how it tends to work for most of these things. You look at the world as it is, but the conditions under which the world will look very different. Sometimes I tend to feel that when people like me finally realize it, the world is already changing, and we're on the path to the next thing. But I did find the timing to be kind of fun. There is a follow-up to this, but I've been hoping that Ellen Ripley can stop by so I can share that. If not, I'll save it for another time. But hopefully that was interesting. I know I told the whole story of W. Edwards Deming in a previous stream. I can do it again, but I figure people would like to see the mission. I, however, am going to have a bite of my snack. By the way, I don't know how many of you know this, but Kieran's country and mine, we share a king, but it's important to remember that it's the King of Canada and the King of the United Kingdom. Canada will let the UK borrow its king every once in a while, so they can feel feel like they have a monarchy. I guess we sometimes rent them out to Australia too, just to be fair. He does. Okay, so I gotta try and find a clever way of getting across all of this. Well, obviously we hope for a... Well, I at least. I don't know how other people feel about it, but my hope, of course, is for a recovery, but... okay, breaking the chain seems like a really fun thing to do, but I'm not sure if it'll deliver what I need. Wah wah. This is a disaster. So this guy might be looking in the wrong place, but let's see what I can do. I don't know if any of these animations are looking familiar to Kite, or if he's just gotten tired of being called a stone cold killer. But I'm kind of curious if we're seeing variety in the animations again. All right, let's see if we can get some more distractions in. You have to I still appreciate that Kite has a sense of humor and doesn't murder me in my sleep. So I should probably take the time to check out these cameras, because I have gotten surprised by the baddies, and I really shouldn't be. Huh. I didn't. Nope. So this is a big one, just to get the Netrunner out, just so I don't have to deal with the sabotage if I screw up. Okay, let's the helmets aren't that heavy. It's really all the gear. I should probably just get rid of the light machine gun, but by the way, something I didn't know after starting this game over was that your street cred affects how people react to you during side missions. I didn't know that either, Kite. That's a really cool little detail. I'm gonna have to check that out. For those of you who want to know what I'm actually scared of when it comes to Kite, by the way, I imagine that I would not wake up in the middle of the night and see like Kite with, some kind of weapon pointed towards me. But what I do kind of expect is that I'll be, I don't know, maybe I'll be at home or maybe I'll be like, out doing my things. And Momo and you are just going to sort of materialize out of nowhere in their whole getup. And there'll just be sort of this sudden flash of a blade, and that'll be the last thing I ever see. I'm imagining that's probably how Kite would do it. Because at that point, right, you've got that same sort of plus, hey, where's System Shock? What's going on? Has anybody seen him? And Kite says, "Oh, I've never seen him. Never met him in my life." And it's one of those ones where if you don't ask the right question, he's not lying to you, but he's not giving you the whole story either. So, one interaction you remember on your first playthrough ended with a fight, but when you redid it again, the same person said, "Let's not mess with him. I've heard he's been killing gonks who crossed him." Ah, interesting. So I was able to actually end the mission peacefully because they were scared of you. Much like real life, I imagine. All right, cyberware usage and its side effects. Many people believe we live in a time when the impossible has become an obsolete term. Ripper docs can replace nearly any part of the human body with artificial implants, from your big toe to portions of your nervous system. My years in trauma team, however, taught me that the impossible is still very much possible. Even now, as we enter the twilight of the 21st century, we as medical professionals have not been able to eliminate all of the side effects that come from incorporating cybernetic elements into our bodies. Of course, everyone is familiar with the mental disorder commonly referred to as cyberpsychosis, but it doesn't end there. Although advances in medical science for the greater part of a century have reduced its incidence to a minimum, cyberware rejection can still occur in a small subset of the population. These unlucky few can experience a range of complications, but the following are the most prevalent. 1. Immune response. The body rejects the implant, causing scar tissue to continue growing to a point that it causes pain and inflammation of surrounding tissue, as well as possible interference with electrical circuits. 2. Psychological effects. Neurological implants have the potential to cause unpredictable change in the brain. Possible side effects include depression, apathy, hallucinations, and sudden increases in addictive behaviors, such as gambling. 3. Implant overdependence. Long-term use of certain synthetic body part replacements can change the brain's chemistry to make it accustomed to a particular type of implant. There are reported cases of permanent blindness after patients attempted to replace their Kiroshi optical implants with different models. In the face of these known risks, what should our outlook be as consumers and medical professionals? To deny ourselves cybernetic enhancements on the 0.5% chance that we could lose our vision forever? Or gamble away our life savings at the casino? The clear answer is no. Cyberware technology has elevated human biology to the point where these what-if arguments serve against our best interests. The best advice I can offer for minimizing your risk is to read the technomedical profiles for all cyberware you intend to purchase before you install it. I thought I saw that was just the flames. I thought it might have been a camera that I saw. Archive conversation, Linda Clarkson, Alex Kotov. You find anything? Yeah, been all around Longshore and find... Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, we read this one before. Okay, BD, E9, BD, and then everything else. Oh, okay. We don't have a BD to start with. So we do a 7A, 1C, BD. I can get the E9 here, but then there's not a BD. So if I do this 7A, this puts me at the same BD, unfortunately. Okay, so 7A, 1C, BD, E9, BD. All right. Wasn't sure if I could get the basic as well. I do quite like this. I'm always a little bit of a sucker for a good hacking minigame. And there's, I mean, actually, even hacking games, so like Night Team 4, Hacknet, Uplink, all wonderful games. But yeah, I don't know. Some of them I think are really. Some of them I think do a nice job of not taking too much away from the game, but they give you just enough to sort of think that you're trying to make all the pieces fit together as part of an intrusion. So, Archive Conversation, Mason Black, and Philip Cope. Fucking Preem, just how the hell did you crack that security protocol? Got my ways. Yeah, sure, hacking your real corporal gear. When did you become a netrunner? Last time I asked to hack a guy, you hacked him to pieces. Haha. I just misunderstood. Hold up. What's up with that hostage? He alive, for fuck's sake. Quick, bring him up. Took him to the workshop, told him to remove the security protocols. Preem idea. Make him work for his food. Fuck. Was I supposed to feed him? Thank you, Selphea. I'm sorry I spent a little more time on things that were not the game, but thank you for sharing the... first of all, thank you for sharing the text. That was fun to read. And it's really nice to see you again. I mean, I know it's been a while. I'm sorry if my hours are going to keep me from being able to see you as often as I'd like, but I do appreciate you showing up. So I hope I get a chance to see you on your side soon. Oh dear, so you've been watching and judging the whole time. I gotta be on my best behavior in future. Hang on a minute. So there was a way for me to get here the whole time? No, there wasn't. But there is a computer for me to check out here. Or maybe not. Yeah, that's a different, although that's promising. Yeah, never mind. Ooh.
Huh?
Stop waving around, damn it. I mean, maybe I should have tried taking him out from behind. I just, usually when there's the skull, they just kind of elbow you and you've got a harder fight on your hand. Jack Mayer and Anton Boyko. Sucks to be called that. Psychos, butchers, corpse fuckers. It's hurtful. 3 years at Militech, engineering internship. Just to be called that? I mean, I'm not too surprised. When I talk to some of these fuck-ups, makes me wonder what the hell I'm doing here. Thought we'd catch a break in D-Town. Make a name for ourselves. I don't know. I mean, we almost did, but old habits, man. Maybe if shit gets crazy, bar gas collapses or something, we'll catch our big break.
Welcome to today's local news on N54. I'm Jillian Jordan.
So yeah, what I was hoping to do is try and find that computer behind the behind the gate. I'm just not quite willing to spend the skills. So basically, just behind this gate, there's a computer. I was hoping to be able to mess around with.
To its authority. As of today, the police may detain criminal suspects for up to 1 year without formal prosecution. The NCPD scored another victory with the adoption of a policy allowing the shooting of a limb to be considered a warning shot, a change that should keep officers safer.
I did not hear that one before. Okay, that's just a big circle. So did I make a problem for myself by heading back down here? I don't think that should be the case. I am slightly curious here, so if I chuck a grenade, is that going to open up the... No, that does not open up the wall. I mean, maybe I should pay attention to where the cables are going. Well, it just goes to the light, so... Okay, definitely haven't been here before. This is what I call a stealth approach. This is probably the one I was looking for, so... Codes and...
2753.
Safe code 054786. Never mind, some dumb fuck torched the lock and melted it. Furnace instructions 2 steps back. There was supposed to be instructions on how to handle the furnace here, but some moron deleted it. So here's a short guide. 1. Get a body and dump it into the furnace. 2. Turn the furnace on. 3. Take 2 steps back if you don't want to get scorched. If you do, go ahead, dumbass. Don't skip step 3 if you want to don't want to end up like Arnold. Fucker's face looked like a chewed out raisin. Not really funny. I mean, it kind of was, but still. If you don't want to end up like him, don't skip step 3. Basic equipment. We checked the containers in the armory, and one thing's clear. Someone's fucking stealing. I don't know if they're taking the shameless route out on the main entrance or trying to sneak out across the bridge, but they keep doing it. List of shit that's gone missing. 2 Arasaka Kenshin. 1 Tsunami Nekomata. 3 Militech Saratoga. 1 Tektronica Buria. Never mind, we tossed that last one because it sucked ass. Ransom from Chrome Killa, Zeta Tech customer service. We caught your rat. Here's what's going to happen. You pay us ransom or we send your chum back to you in pieces. First, we'll send the index finger so you cunts know who's to blame for his death. Then his ear so you know what happens to those who don't listen to us. Last, we're going to send you his dick so we know that we're not to be shafted. You have until tomorrow to send us 1 million eddies. From Zeta Tech customer service to Chrome Killa, Ransom. Dear Sir, Madam, thank you for your message. Our consultant will look into your inquiry and reply shortly. This is an automated message. Please do not reply. From Chrome Killa to Zeta Tech customer service. Good. Ask your consultant if he thinks it's a fucking joke. If not, 1 million eddies tomorrow sharp. Dear Sir, Madam, thank you for your message. Our consultant will look into your inquiry and reply shortly. This is an automated message. Please do not reply. Then fucking hardball, motherfucker. Broken record treatment, huh? I know you're reading this, you fucking cocksucker. Fine, 500 mil. Final offer and final warning. If you don't send the eddies, by tomorrow I'm cutting off your guy's finger. Ransom negotiations. Shit out of luck. Chrome Killa to Tammy Itzkovitz. Sent a ransom note to Zeta Tech from a fake account, but we shit out of luck, I think. The negotiators are fucking cold, like talking to a robot. Try to tell them we're not fucking around, and they're like, whatevs, just sit tight, like mocking me. So don't think we're going to get any cash. Just got to cut the prick up, grab his chrome, and game over. Goods to pick up. Freda Zubia, Terra Cognita Scavs. Yo, we got the shit out of the scrapper. Send someone over to collect because we don't want hot stuff to stick around for too long. See ya. From Terra Cognita Scavs, Freda Ziba. Goods to pick up. Yo, we heard what you mofos pulled. Fucking cray-cray. Corpo convoy. Fucking respect, chooms. Gonna send some chooms to pick shit up. Tell me, you had some guy on the inside or what? Huh, maybe he's not. Maybe yes, maybe not. Better chat in person. Come by and we'll chat and celebrate. I'm gonna get that code again just in case. So 2753. No!
You, over here. Let me guess. Zeta Tech hire. I think I know why you're here.
Client lost some items. Tech stuff.
Like, say, a prototype and some schematics, huh? They might have locked me up, but I kept the signal pinging from my prototype. I knew the Corp would send someone eventually.
Uh-huh, cute. Now the short version. Who are you?
Hassan Demir, Zeta Tech engineer. Only survivor of the scav ambush.
How'd they get the drop on you? Zeta Tech skimping on hustle now?
It was an undercover operation. Minimal security, maximum secrecy.
In Dogtown? Keeping your fangs to yourself's a sign of weakness here. Might as well have tagged rob me on the transport.
Let Zeta Tech do the lecturing, please. That is, if you get me out of here. So, what will it be?
Sole survivor, huh? Mercy's not in the scavs, MO. Gotta have something they want.
You could say that. What they need is my implant. And that, my friend, is priceless.
Wait. Tell me you planted that tech in your own damn skull.
Well, I figured it was the safest way. The border control scans don't recognize unreleased tech. In retrospect, it does seem, rather foolish. Then again, it bought me a few hours of life. We're a package deal, the prototype and I. You won't get it while I'm here, withering away.
More luck than sense, this one. How gog you gotta be to chip yourself with prototype tech? No offense, V. Of course, unless Zeta Tech forced him into it. Made a guinea pig out of it.
Prototech's capricious, erratic. For a Zetatech engineer, sure took a big gamble planting that thing.
Indeed, a gamble. Yet the alternative was far more dangerous.
Right. And Big Daddy Zetatech? All cool with letting some Dogtown ripper fuck around with Papa's priceless prototype?
Papa was not informed of the decision. Now, can we please take this conversation outside?
Why all the drama over some measly implant?
Some implant? Measly? Please, this design is a potential Kiroshi buster. We at the firm learned some Santo Domingo riffraff stole it from Arasaka Industrial Park. Naturally, we investigated. I was to conclude the sale at the stadium. Hush hush, not so much as a beep on Arasaka's radar. And well, here I am.
Not here to rescue hostages.
Look, if you want the implant, you need to take me to a ripper. Extracting it is a delicate process.
Prototype's all I need. Its condition? Whole nother gig.
That still leaves the schematics. Listen, I can show you where they're holding them.
So that's your scheme, huh? Fine. Try anything funny, though.
There is a time and a place to be funny. This isn't it.
Yeah, no problem, Kate. I hope you have a good
now,
night.
To crack open this door.
Bypass the security? If you can't, the guard room's nearby. Maybe they have a passcode.
Hey, maybes. Already found it.
I was gonna say, I'll also send you. I mean, you don't need to like be up all night waiting for it, but there's a message I was gonna send you just for some fun background, which I thought might give you a laugh, but I can save that for another time. Also, I need to send you like 70 Manticore pictures because I know you really like them. Maybe your desktop or phone wallpaper have been converted into one. Anyways, have a good night.
Well, I see Zetatech spared no expense in hiring a real professional.
Now your time to shine. How do you know where these schema docs are at?
Their workshop. The scouts took me there. Forced me to remove the security protocols on the tech they'd swiped.
Uh-huh. Lead the way then. And no gonk moves.
Jesus, is that Harry? The man was a real prick, but this, it's barbaric. I suppose this would have been my fiery grave if you hadn't shown up. Burned at Zetatech. Nearly burned here.
In a city tingling with desire, Watson Horror. New episodes every Wednesday at 10. Only on WNS.
Right. This is it. It's got to be here. Somewhere. Found it.
Freem, got it. Stick close. We'll get you out of here.
And if they see the empty cell and sound the alarm, it could get really hot really quickly.
You got an idea? Let's hear it.
The drawbridge. I've seen the scavs use it. I suppose it's their emergency exit from the scraper. We'll vanish before they realize. Little to no risk. See? Not as burdensome as you thought I was.
I mean, I don't think...
It's time we were on our way.
I don't think there's gonna be anybody to sound the alarm, but...
Couple more steps. Keeping it quiet. Out of sight, out of harm. If they don't spot us, we'll be just fine. Come on, Hassan. Keep it together. Now to disable the bridge. Better not have scavs on our backs, no?
Wow. Weren't lying about being an engineer, huh?
Hey, as long as it stops working. Should be safe here. I owe you one, truly. It was getting quite ugly back there.
500,000 eddies.
Sure thing. Not like I'm leaving empty-handed, right?
Well, I suppose I can take it from here. I'll tell my superiors you did one hell of a job.
Oh, no, no, no. You'll sit tight while I call my fixer, grab some transport. Sure, he'll want to handle the prototype personally.
No, wait. I can't go back to Zeta Tech.
You know what? Getting on my nerves now, Chum. You get one answer. What the fuck's your deal?
My deal, I don't intend to return to Zeta Tech. I plan to grab the prototype and vanish into Dogtown. I had a buyer. I was waiting on the signal to run. Then the scavs attacked and everything went to shit. Going back, it would be a death sentence.
Why are you so hell-bent on clipping this tech?
Do you even have the faintest idea how much it's worth?
Oh, more in your life, right?
Nah, I have no family, no friends. I gave my life to the corporation. The sacrifices I made. And for what? What life? The bastards stole it. The money from the prototype would have afforded me a fresh start.
How'd you imagine playing a megacorp? Must have had some kind of plan.
I did, though I couldn't do it all on my own. I arranged a buyer at Dogtown Stadium. We would have met, were it not for these savages.
Buyer could have hazed you, though.
True. So I had the prototype implanted. It became my bargaining chip. He knew he couldn't harm me without jeopardizing the tech. I was to vanish during the convoy's inspection at the border. I arranged an unmarked car, bribed the guards, but then the ambush, well...
Fucking hazed me, Hassan. Put my shit on the line for you. And you want to leave me out to dry?
I was in a goddamn scav cage. You would have left if I told you the truth.
Maybe, maybe not. But you definitely made a big mistake trying to con me.
I fucked up, okay? If I'd known. Please, if you send me back, I'm dead.
Newsflash, Chum. Dead already. They'll find you and snuff you before you walk with that tech.
Then, I give up. Kill me. I'm not being dramatic. I'd rather die by your hand than their tortures.
Doing it my way. Calling my fixer. You, sit tight and shut up.
Right. Okay. I beg you, please don't send me back to the Corp.
Hands, Sitch got tangled. Rescued a Zeta Tech hostage. Sole survivor of a scav ambush.
I see. This impedes your assignment. How, exactly?
Well, my Chum here planted the prototype in his eye socket. Gonna need a ride.
Inconvenient, but not disastrous. Coordinates, please. His escort back to Zeta Tech will arrive shortly.
Don't send him back to Zeta Tech. I'd like you to find him a mean chrome dock, extract the tech, and let him walk.
I assume you have a kind benefactor in mind to sponsor your friend's operation.
Come on, Hans. You gotta have some favor to call in. Won't cost you a damn any.
True. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. A solid foundation for our mutual cooperation. I have to say, I'm intrigued, V. Is this man worth the effort?
Know all too well what those Zeta pricks got in store for him. So I thought, you know what? Fuck him.
Done and done.
I appreciate you having my back there. Truly.
UV? Hands in. Here for the schematics.
Hey, I'm back in town. What's your status?
Our special delivery all good? No delays?
Shipped. First leg by sea, then by air. Civilian craft both. But it got to its destination fast and undamaged. Any developments here?
Sniffed around, did some side gigs. No word, no sign of our runner friend.
Then we redouble the effort, alright? Add another pair of eyes. Alex, former team member. She's in Dogtown, under deep cover. She'll help out.
Adding another cook to the kitchen. Pretty crowded already.
I trust Alex. Longshore stacks, the dive bar called the Moth. After sundown, yeah?
Got it.
And sensors trained on any potential shadows.
I'm gonna have to see the message, but yeah.
Yeah, here you go.
Cream. I'll take it from here.
Sly bastard survived an ambush, gave scabs a slip, and bamboozled a corp. But at some point, everyone's luck runs out.
So one of the things I find kind of interesting about the wait here is that it has me smoking, which is something that in a... I didn't want to skip hands. I think I'm going to reload. Yeah. I am slightly annoyed that they double up a couple of buttons. Like, I get it. I get that it's a console thing mostly, but just the fact that it's so easy to skip over things that you can't get back is
I'll take it from here.
a little annoying.
Sly bastard survived an ambush, gave scabs a slip, and bamboozled.
Mamar El Capitan Reyes. If you've always dreamed of living like a rock star but still don't know how many strings a guitar has, all is not lost. I have a Porsche 911 Turbo Cabriolet 930. That means a convertible that sports a spicy black and yellow paint job. It also features unique decals designed by probably the biggest samurai fan ever to walk this earth. Get it now. Don't think twice. Legendary rocker boy Johnny Silverhand definitely wouldn't. So, on that point, the fact that I was waiting and smoking, at least in terms of the game, would suggest that this is an indicator that Johnny is taking more. But I think in this case it was probably just a animation they chose.
At some point, everyone's luck runs out.
Commendable work, V. My people will take it from here as per our agreement. Expect your compensation shortly.
Okay, so the package I'm thinking was President Myers, but let me actually make sure of that. Okay, back to the Land of Living. Shame Songbird was the price to pay. Think she really kicked the bucket. My gut tells me this fiasco is nothing but a small setback. Although my nose did catch the unmistakable whiff of Runner's deep-fried gray matter. Now all that's left is surviving NC's most twisted district while babysitting Madame Prez herself. Should we take on a simpler gig next time, would you? I guess that doesn't tell us too much. Got the damned, the plot thickens, the cast is expanding, and the drama becomes a farce. Don't think that one more secret agent in this motley crew of downed presidents, missing netrunners, and sleeper pigs is one too many. Stay on top of them, V. Don't let yourself get dragged into an even bigger mess, like next corporate war big. We've got Down on the Street, Ghost Town. Ghost Town was to meet... Yeah, that's for Hellman. No Easy Way Out. Right, we haven't done that. Oh, I remember this one. So I kind of want to focus on the Phantom Killer stuff if I can. But I've got a lot to do, so... so I'm not ready to do the Moth Bar yet, just because it's not the time yet. I will read some information. So FIA, Federal Intelligence Agency. The Federal Intelligence Agency was established in 2006 after the dissolution of the NSA, the National Security Agency, and the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, both of which were implicated in organizing a conspiracy to overthrow the U.S. government. In theory, it was supposed to take over and join their functions, but in practice, it remained an underfunded institution of marginal importance for almost half a century. This all changed after the ratification of the NUSA Constitution in 2053. The FIA was granted extensive powers and privileges, and a huge budget made it possible to recruit a veritable army of secret informants and equip them with state-of-the-art technology. Since 2065, when Rosalind Myers became the NUS president, the FIA has steadily grown in strength. The active participation of agents in the course of the Unification War has become an open secret. After the war ended, the FIA's involvement in direct military action was greatly reduced in favor of data acquisition and analysis. FIA agents now conduct intelligence operations around the world, loyally and discreetly pursuing the NUSA's political objectives. The weekly reports that President Myers receives from the FIA's leadership provide her with invaluable knowledge of the plans and actions of foreign governments and multinational corporations, even a few private individuals. Skeptics say that the FIA serves Myers mainly as a secret weapon in her political games against Militech. The reality, only the FIA knows. Longshore Stacks, a residential quarter of Dogtown, packed densely with makeshift structures fashioned from shipping containers, old construction equipment, and debris. A city within a city that offers everything the average Dogtown resident needs: trade bars, a central plaza, and even a hotel. Much of the new tech flowing into Hanson's Market at the stadium first has its serial numbers filed off here. If you're searching for a missing person, this is the place to start. If all you want is a warm Scott burger and a cold beer, go no further than the Stacks. Kids chase each other in the maze of sheet metal. A local boozehound musician picks at guitar strings. A junkie rubs one out in a skin BD in the comfort of his rusty cargo container. Life finds a way. And the Moth, in the heart of the Longshore Stacks, you'll find a safe haven for any seeking to quench their thirst with a glass of the good stuff and a place to relax with some classic jukebox tunes. Regulars know that the owner and bartender of the establishment are one and the same person. 7 years ago, the woman they know as Daff laid claim to this vacant building sitting atop an out-of-service boiler room and transformed it into a godsend for the Stacks community, a bar. To this day, Stack's residents relish visiting the Moth after a rough day, where they're always greeted by a bartender bot or the owner herself. Daphne's ears are always open to the locals' ramblings and ravings. She has her finger on the pulse of all Dogtown gossip. In fact, Daphne finds your gossip juicy as all get out. If Daphne finds your gossip just juicy as all get out, she might just offer you a round on the house. In other words, if you're an any-list Dogtown resident without proper access to a therapist, then you can head to the Moth, order a stiff drink, and talk your heart out to Daphne. It should come as no surprise that this bar never lacks clientele. So I think that's my best... Well, okay, yeah, so I mean, to a certain extent, that's my best option because it's the only option in Dogtown right now. So what I will do, I'll start heading towards it because it's only 100 meters away. I'll try and sell what I can on the way as well. And then once we found the location, maybe what I'll do is I'll find some other places to head to. Now, what I want to do here, technically the purple stuff is the most valuable. Okay, so let's start. I'll make sure that my existing equipment is the best that I can do. So yeah, all this stuff as far as DPS is concerned, this is as good as it gets. So there's improvement in terms of damage as far as the shotgun is concerned. I wouldn't be sad if I switched assault rifles, but I'm not really sure I have a whole lot of... So Copperhead is faster, but less damage. I mean, the better armor penetration is probably the real deciding factor. Now, between the two Ajaxes, yeah, this one does less damage. I mean, there is the weapon handling is a factor, but I'm gonna settle for the one I currently have. Okay, so this machete seems to be a stronger weapon. I'm curious why I didn't equip it. Possibly because I was looking for a non-lethal option, but my hands are the non-lethal option, so... Okay, I'm a little reluctant to give up the sniper rifle and the precision rifle, but we went through the assault rifles, so we can clear those. There might be an argument for hanging on to one submachine gun, and I think I'll make the same argument for the shotgun. So this one, 24, 20, okay, so we'll hang on to that one. Out of the shotguns, we've got 305 or 214, okay, so we'll hang on to that one. Obviously, the iconic stuff we're going to hold on to. Yeah, so I mean, I feel like I'm hanging on to too much stuff, if I'm completely honest, but... I clearly don't need all of these clothes. How do I even sort through this? Because like some of this stuff I do kind of want to hang on to. Okay, well let's get rid of the stuff that I know I'm never gonna keep. So, you know, the flexi membrane leather bra, I you know, it's nice, but I think I can live without it. Got a bunch of good looking suits. Now, I don't really see myself using these masks, so These ones become quite difficult because I can actually see myself using a few of these. Sure, I'll keep the unitard, why not? Bluegrass, perfect for drowning sorrows, fears, and an uninteresting past. Broseph, an ale of a beer. Broseph lager. Fuck it, have a lager. Churrasco, alcohol, no bullshit. Cat food, it'll have you purring in no time. Tried meat. Curiosity killed the cat. You don't want to know what killed this. We definitely have way too many of these accessories, but I don't think I'm quite ready to sort through that. So yeah, I'm happy enough to... So one, I just wanted to lighten the load. And then number two, it is nice to have a little more money in case I run by Ripper Doc. But I'm not too focused on that.
Generators! Filters!
Although, looks like this is a Ripper.
Sup, Padre?
Love what you done with the place. How's a Ripper end up at the stacks anyway?
Oh, the city's so stifling, Choom. I wanted to go someplace where there's no formalities, no limits, where I could just be myself. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. You got your Ripper license revoked, didn't you?
The fuck do you care? You want to rip or not?
Okay, let's see what you can do for me. Just hope I won't regret it.
Anything hitches, just come back. At least you won't get bored.
All right, so looks like there are some upgrades that I can do here. So the Edge Runner perk is a technical ability perk that allows you to exceed your cyberware capacity. Cool. Okay, now this is interesting. So we already have this, looks like. Got the Biotech Sigma Mark III, Tetronic Rippler Mark IV. Some more RAM, same slots. So in principle, this is the one I would want to hang on to. 15, 10, 25. Oh, this is interesting. So this will... Greater duration for combat quick hacks, greater damage over time, and better monowire damage. As opposed to better weapon damage and extra RAM. Five RAM after doing a takedown is kind of nice. I don't know. I prefer this one, I think. So I'll buy and install it. I'm going to have to switch around a few things. But okay, the Kiroshi optics. So right now we're getting lower camera detection speed, good zoom, good headshot multiplier. Ten times zoom. Interestingly enough, the detection speed is a bit of a problem. But you know what? I think I'm going to go for these. Okay. This is the ballistic coprocessor, so I don't think I'm quite ready to mess around with that too much. Now, better gorilla arms is something I should be looking for. I think these I think I am actually willing to sell some of these. I'm gonna have to make sure I don't need. Can upgrade that to tier 4 plus, huh? Screw it. I don't mind the attack speed, but I want to think a little more carefully about what upgrades I'm going for. So like something like the mechatronic core. Yeah, extra RAM is a good one. Now this apparently gives me even more RAM. And it's intelligence attuned. There's actually a lot of goodies for me to play around with here. So instantly recovers 15% RAM when your available RAM falls to 20%. 2 bonus. 2-second cooldown with the cyberware per intelligence point. So in terms of maximum RAM, the X disk is the big one. Also gives me a good headshot multiplier, so I should probably start with that. There's a lot of good stuff here. So you know what, before I do that, okay, skeleton-wise, we do have an upgrade. Better carrying capacity 2. Oh god, there's a lot for me to do with this. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's actually commit. So I think the X disk makes sense. So you can sell this thing. This is tempting, but I'm not sure this is the most important thing I could be equipping right now. So we're going to be focusing on now are upgrades. Well, first thing I'm going to be doing is sort of paying to boost what I can, but the titanium bones are a temptation. What do you want? Okay, so that will give me... I mean, again, the subdermal armor is cool and all, but I feel there are better things I can be doing with the money at this point. I don't use Ricochet that much, but... yeah, so now I'm out of money. I guess the big question now is, oops. There's other stuff I wanted to do, but... Okay, so what I'm thinking here is where I can, we go for the upgrades. This doesn't quite do as much as I want. So I'm not going to worry about upgrading the stuff that's not purple. More damage, same RAM. I can do better. Now I'm basically just cleaning up. So I mean, I suppose technically I do get the option of just trying to boost these, but I think I can live without the extra work. Okay, so the dam does say wait until evening. So what I'm gonna do here. We have got a gig off to this. Actually, we've got 2 gigs in Dogtown. So let's follow this. Ooh, that's a long distance. I'm assuming this will improve in a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so let's see what we can do just in terms of side missions while we... Oh. It's an even more exciting thing for me to do. I don't think I have an easy way to distract them, though. And I don't have quick hacks installed. That was the reason why I didn't sell that. That's why I didn't sell the deck. Now, call me crazy, but I should be able to equip this stuff in the... Okay, now here's an interesting question. Are they really going to deny me the... Okay. Let's work with what I've got. So, I have a ping, right? I'm somewhat annoyed by this, actually. Well, these are all greens and whites, so I suppose... Yeah, I guess it's not that bad, but... Okay, so definitely ping. Reboot optics too, although hopefully we can do both. Well, actually, so let's see what we can do. Contagion is helpful, but let's not quite go... We're not going to go full aggro quite yet. System collapse knocks out the enemy. This is a very powerful one. So yeah, cyberwell malfunction and reboot optics are good. Bait is tempting. I guess it depends on the rest of this stuff. So short circuit, ping. I don't think it's a bad thing to try weapon glitch. I've already got cyberwell malfunction. Yeah, we'll try sonic shock, why not? You know what? I actually quite like this idea of memory wipe as well. So let's just take a minute here and see. So bait would be nice, but I would have to think of something to switch out for that. Yeah, I think I'll settle for what I've got right now. That's definitely not a... It's not a bad set that I've got by any stretch of the imagination. How you doing, Digi Inferno? Also, we should have a really good zoom now, yeah. So, I mean, one option here is just to... is it memory wipe? No, I don't think it's memory wipe. System collapse, right. So unfortunately, we're not strong enough for system collapse. Yeah, I guess this is the problem, is I don't really have a good way of taking these guys out. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do.
Hey, motherfucker! You're a bitch!
Oops.
How dare you!
You just had the police called on you for smoking with pink papers. They thought you were up to less than... I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you're doing okay. So I believe you get penalized for damaging the merchandise. Even though this is music that suggests I really should be driving a lot more recklessly. Alright, I do not get these directions. Oh my god, I've got 2.5 minutes. Alright, let's my apologies to chat now that I know I'm on the clock. You just like the color? I don't know how far, 2 kilometers? We should be able to manage this. I mean, I would have made a guess that the scent would have been a big hint, but the funny thing is in Canada that is completely legal. So, I mean, obviously you can't do it wherever. Like you kind of need to, you know, you need to exercise some reasonable sense in terms of where you're doing it and how. But like, it is not a big deal. I mean, the thing is, I was also from Vancouver, so that was a that was kind of like legal before it was legal. Hey, Tiberiosity, how you doing? Okay, so I might have been a little too optimistic on the time. The funny thing is, if I was a little less cautious earlier, I might have been able to make it, but...
Take the hit, in a forgiving mood for once. My man will take care of the rest. Check the drop point, your reward. Just don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
My name is Dakota Smith. If you're looking for jobs out here, you will find them with me.
Name's V. Thanks for the intel.
Things flow differently out here. Keep your head on, city kid.
So, I have a bit of a choice. I can head back to Dogtown for a relic part. Or I can see what else is available in the surrounding area. I am kind of intrigued by some of the possibilities here. So we've got the Cyber Psycho, we've got a gig here. Let's take a look at what's available with this gig at least. And drop by if you ever want to talk, or if you don't want to talk, we can sit together in silence. Either way, I'm here for you, brother. Goodies. Charlie's Fury and Dakota Smith. We lost him, but our ride's dead. Give me a full status report. Peter's dead. They killed him in the lab. Zero was fried by their netrunner. Shit, it was supposed to go smoothly. Max is wounded, but hanging in there. What about the carriers? We have the girls, all artificially fertilized. They're only 1 month pregnant. Miscarriage shouldn't be a problem. And the tail? They've been on us since the lab. Sons of bitches from Biotechnica won't let go, but we managed to lose them through the farms. What about the car? We need 5 mins with it. Don't sweat it. Charlize? Yeah? Worst comes to worst, ditch everyone and save at least one of the mothers. I'm assuming this is a Fury Road reference here, but I could be missing. V, sorry I didn't get in touch sooner, but I needed some time to process everything that happened in Dodger's Den. How about you drop by the Glen and say hi? I laid down my badge and open a business of my own. Preem, what kind of biz? You'll see for yourself. Be sure to come with an empty stomach. You'll want a second helping for sure. So if we get a chance to see what's going on with the gig, I'll take it, but we're heading to the Glen now. Although it does seem kind of dark out, so we should probably be considering the main quest that we're looking for too. What were you gonna say? Sorry. Oh, cool. Sorry, I thought I was one of those who was directed for me, but we were still talking about the merits of fancy cigarette paper. The Second Amendment is not only for the rich. I don't need to carry my Walkman with me the whole time, that's fine.
I thought about it. They all wear
I always kind of liked it that you'd have music when you'd go into the car. Like, that's kind of the improvement. You're kind of curious if this applies to other places around the world, but at least most people I know, guy, dude, man, and bro, are all non-gendered now. Yeah, I mean, I don't... I have heard some cases where people kind of get told off for certain abbreviations. So, like, I remember there were a couple of, like, magazine articles. I say magazine, I mean, it's all online now, obviously, but publications that used to be physical objects, now online, are always like, you know, actually, it's not okay to say, hey, guys. And I've always kind of taken this as you adopt the customs of the group that you're in. So there will be, you know, groups of people who routinely say, hey, guys, and nobody bats an eye. And then there will be, you know, groups of people. And there is a little bit of... So I do appreciate there's sort of an asymmetry in these cases where, you know, you have the situation where somebody might feel uncomfortable about it. And there is a burden placed on them to say that they're not okay with it. But all of a sudden that makes them the killjoy. But yeah, so Inferno actually raises kind of the point I was going to, which is that, you know, I'm learning French. I've been trying for a while, and like that's an example of a language that has very specific genders for specific things. And like it doesn't, as an English speaker, that just does not make sense, right? The idea that, I guess, what would it be, like a church is feminine and a car is feminine. You know, like to me that this is flabbergasting, and I have no idea how you build a language around that. But I also kind of appreciate that for like Slavic languages, they don't have articles. So like the idea of, you know, the you know, it just doesn't make sense. It's kind of where you get the stereotypical, you know, Russian accent, right? Whether you're dropping like the ahs and the das and things like that. So, I don't know, like it's, you know, you adopt the conventions that you can, but like in the case of English, I would have to imagine that it's maybe a little bit more permissive just because there aren't the specific genderings. Although I do also appreciate, I think this is an author of a textbook that I had a very brief contact with. He feels rather strongly on this, where, you know, there is still sort of a bias in the language in the sense that when you say doctor and secretary, it is not an even split in terms of the image you have in your head. He says, you know, that's a problem. And so, you know, and then there are some people, like some textbooks that you'll read now will, you know, go for he in chapter 1 and she in chapter 2 and, you know, alternate that way. There's some which say, well, everything's digital now, so you can get one with, you know, you can pick your you can pick a he edition or she edition. Obviously, that wouldn't work in print, but their point is this is only a digital publication, so you can pick which one you want. I kind of feel that that's a little bit of overkill, but I mean it's also not hard to do. So it's if it makes people happy, I'm okay with it. But yeah, like I said, the problem with the asymmetry is essentially if you feel uncomfortable with it, there is something of a barrier or a burden to point it out, right? You are a little bit worried that maybe you're going to be seen as oversensitive or a killjoy. And I really don't like the idea of people who really are bothered by something not being able to say that, right? So I do think to a certain extent, some of the quote unquote policing actually can come from a good place to, to make sure that people do feel comfortable. But the difficulty is that whenever and sorry, I didn't mean to turn this into a rant, but one of the big problems that I personally feel comes up with this one is that we have got so many busybodies running around now on things that truly don't matter, that when it comes down to something which, at least for me, again, I don't know how everybody else is feeling about this, but like for me, I would absolutely be willing to drop "hey guys" in favor of something more inclusive if somebody was, feeling particularly bothered by it, right? Like it's just what it kind of comes down to is my ability to use that kind of terminology doesn't really bring me that much, right? It's not like I'm sitting down saying is like, this is the thin end of the wedge, this is the last stop to what Orwell was depicting in 1984, and if this is not the hill that we die on, like that's obviously such a silly way of looking at it. But the problem is that we're at a point now where on Twitter, if you're following the wrong person, there's absolutely a certain type of person who will give you a friendly reminder that so and so, and then whatever thing they feel is so bad. So it's in this context in which you will wind up with these articles of actually it's bad to say hey guys, and yeah, the problem is that it creates a situation in which where there are small things that could actually maybe make things better for people, right? Like I said, I wouldn't want to be in an office where I was saying hey guys and there was somebody who was sitting at a desk not feeling good about it, but feeling that I would give them a 10-minute lecture on, my free speech or whatever, for them raising that. I do feel that is actually kind of a problem, right? That if I behave in a way that makes somebody feel uncomfortable, they may not feel that they can bring that up based on sort of the average expectation of somebody, how somebody's response to that. And I would actually like to see it so that people can feel better about doing that. But I'm not entirely sure that an op-ed in, some publication is going to be the way to solve that. But what I do think it does is it does tend to arm a bunch of people who just want to tell people what to do and just be as obnoxious as possible. It just gives them another thing to be obnoxious about. And of course, the reason why I get annoyed by that is just because I think it creates situations under which people who are really bothered actually do feel that certain degree of pressure. Because like the thing is, I don't know how widely known this is, the term political correctness actually comes from progressives poking fun at themselves, of this idea of kind of this censorious and this very, this definitely very, very critical streak that they have. And the idea of political correctness was absolutely people recognizing that tendency within their own groups, and they're having a laugh about it. But of course, nobody's really laughing when people say political correctness now, and it is used unironically to describe certain behaviors. I incidentally think political correctness absolutely falls on both sides now, right? Like if you talk about pronouns in certain company, you are going to hear very strong opinions about them. but likewise, if you pick any of the hot topics, you're also going to get an earful from another segment. But yeah, once upon a time, this was people, being able to have a laugh at themselves and their worst inclinations. Yeah, I disagree. I think politics is important and interesting, and that what you do is the people who are uninteresting and boring about politics, you just don't invite them to the conversations. And if somebody behaves poorly, you inconvenience the people who are behaving poorly. You don't tell the rest of us that we're not allowed to talk about these things. Sure, but I mean, I'm also stating my own opinion, right? You'll also mention, I mean, there's no hate towards anyone's opinion of what I said, but you can probably sum up how I talk to being a northerner. Yeah, no, I mean, again, I didn't mean to like turn it into a huge rant on this, Cured, but it is a funny problem, right? Just because I think that the tricky part for me is that in some circles, I am the worst kind of bleeding heart liberal who will, who's completely irredeemable and has lost, any semblance of reason. But I know, my progressive friends want to have nothing to do with me. Some of them, high school friends won't talk to me anymore. So there's no winning, right? Like there is a certain tendency where essentially you have to take the whole package of beliefs. Otherwise, you're not acceptable to, you can't be around in polite company. And like I said, the thing that I find most interesting about these challenges is that there can, in a lot of cases, be a kernel of truth. Like I said, the example that I wanted to try and take out of this is that I can imagine a situation in which I use certain terms, or I give an example, or like I behave in such a way that someone would feel uncomfortable. And the problem is, and essentially the target of attack for these lines is actually the people who want to be busybodies that I actually think create the biggest problems. Because I think for a very large number of people, I might even say sort of the median person, they probably don't want to create that much of a fuss, right? Like an average person would be not the type of person you meet on Twitter. Not the sort of person who basically goes to DEFCON 1 as soon as they don't get their way. So, and with that in mind, that means that you will tolerate a certain amount of discomfort before you say something. And of course, the more unreasonable some people seem to be about a given topic, the less you want to be perceived by that. And at least to me, the way that will tend to manifest is an unwillingness to rock the boat on something. So for instance, like, I think maybe here would be the example. If you see in a lineup, right, that let's say there's 3 people ahead of you, and like the person who's currently at the till, they're like 5 cents short on an order. And like, so in Canada, we don't have the penny. So 5 cents is like the cash amount that's closest to it. And, when they're short, they just like full on rip into the cashier and talk about how unfair it all is. And, what a terrible corporation, and how personally they're a terrible person. Like the worst kind of tantrum that you can imagine. We can even add more to it. So it's like, let's not even say that it's, this Dickensian, like, it's the groceries that are going to keep the family going or something like that. Let's just say that it's like smokes and potato chips or something like that. And just this person behaves in just such an unreasonable way, and it holds up the line. Nobody says anything. And then like the second person in line, because they had to wait and watch that temper tantrum, and, maybe an item doesn't get rung up properly, and then they try to scan it again. And then that person's just like straight up mean to the cashier. Like they just make them feel like a complete idiot, and they do everything that they can to make them feel small. It's maybe not as big of a tantrum as the one that the person did, but it's just, I think we've all seen something like this, right? Someone who just really clearly wants to make someone in that they sort of feel they're in a position of power with, feel bad. And then you eventually get to your spot, and let's say the cashier, let's say it's a trivial item, it's like $1 or something like that, and then they scan it twice or something like that. For someone like me, having seen the completely disproportionate reactions that these people have had, there's a very good chance that I probably would not bring up the item being scanned twice. Just because, again, it's one of these things where you've already seen this person deal with so much. And just the mere idea of being another person who's going to create that level of discomfort. I don't know. It's just like $1 is not, to me at least, is not that big of a deal. Even though there's sort of like a grave injustice that's happening. It just winds up being one of these things where it's like, surely this person has suffered enough. Maybe it's not a good analogy, but I think hopefully people at least can understand that there are these situations where you see these really terrible overreactions, and essentially you just do not want to be put in that same category. So again, it's just one of these cases where if I'm running around, so like a great example of this would be, and again, this is where I definitely show myself to be oversensitive. But the local game dev community has been really sort of welcoming of some of my weird essays. So there's a code of conduct, and I think it's good that we have a code of conduct because, in the game, in any group, right, you're going to have some people who maybe test the limits or whatever, and it's all like basic stuff, right? So, when you have a meetup, in one sense, it's like, so it's very, I would say these are sensible things. So like, what is one thing that is nice about meetups, right? Well, you get to find like-minded people. And sometimes when you find like-minded people, it might mean that you find people who you are interested in romantically, right? Maybe you want to ask them out or something like that. And so far as I can tell, I don't think there's a prohibition against that, but there's definitely some comments in there about repeated unwelcome advances. Because let's face it, and this is mostly a guy thing, but I have oddly enough been in the really awkward position of being a guy getting unwanted advances, which was something I never expected I would need to deal with in my life. But it must be my green eyes and mysterious charisma. What can I say? But I think the idea here, right, is that you put something like that inside because there are some people who just don't get it. Some people who need to be told better. And the last thing that you want to do is create an environment in which somebody does not want to show up to the meetup because it means that this person who will not stop badgering you for a coffee or whatever is going to be there, right? So, again, and again, there's also just in terms of content of talk. So, if you want to come up and, and talk about your really interesting ideas on, race, you're probably going to wind up, you're probably looking for a different audience. But for the most part, I'd like to think that the code of conduct stuff just kind of comes down to common sense. But, the fact of the matter is that I have done an essay, and I did do this essay at the local game dev meetup, where, you know, the solution to the Unity fee increase was, you know, become a pornographer. And the, see, it's easy to say that, Digi Inferno, but the problem is that you can say that you can be clear that you're not interested, but if the person continues to badger you, you know, there is a problem there, right? Because you've made your intention clear, and essentially it means that showing up to a place means that you are, you know, you are going to be bothered. And so ultimately it means that you are deciding whether or not you want to deal with this problem each time you go. And in the end, the person is not, like, the person being asked is not the aggressor. the person who will not honor the, you know, the statement of, so again, like, nobody's asking for somebody to be, like, dragged into the back of a police car, but being able to put it in writing, like, you know, repeated unwanted advances are not okay here. It puts everyone on the same page. Having something like that known in advance, it would seem to me, is decent enough so that someone can say, hey, you know, what you're doing is not okay. We even put this down, and it's ready to go. And that's why that sort of stuff exists, I think. But anyways, the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to litigate the code of conduct, but it comes down to the types of essays that I write, right? Because the problem is that I like to think that I am reasonably, you know, charming when it comes to the cheek, right? So if I go up and, you know, I deliver a presentation where I say, okay, you know, everybody's mad about this fee increase thing, but what you probably didn't notice is that it doesn't apply to web games. And, you know, what kind of games work really well on the web? Well, pornography, obviously. Pornography is the Warhammer 40K of web games, which was probably the most popular line on that. Now, that had the intended effect for the audience, right? Like, everybody was laughing. It was like doing stand-up. I had a lot of fun delivering that essay. But the thing is that there is a totally other kind of guy that can deliver that. And it just has this sort of level of, like, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. The guy's, you know, got his trench coat on and, oh God, I really hope he doesn't open it up. Like, there's absolutely someone who can deliver the same sort of cheeky line, and it just winds up making you feel, like, really dirty, and you don't want to be near that person. And to me, I'm actually quite conscious about that, right? Because I just don't think, like, a laugh is worth making somebody feel bad. So yeah, with that in mind, I mean, it was a fairly easy one. I just kind of sent a quick message saying, it's like, hey, there's a little content that kind of winds up going a little bit close to the edge here. You think this will be a problem? Somebody reads and they're like, first of all, this is very funny, and like, no, this is clearly okay. But like the catch is that the other thing I'm conscious about is that as soon as you bring up something like pornography, you do also have to acknowledge the fact that there are going to be everybody kind of wants to get their joke in. And so all of a sudden, you know, what might have been a fun little cheeky line all of a sudden winds up being like these really graphic depictions of what people's preferences are. And again, you cross the line from something that's, okay, we're all going to have a good laugh at the absurdity of this, to, I actually feel kind of crummy about this now. And again, you know, it's not a really big deal. Most of the stuff that comes up in conversation is stuff that I'm okay with, but it's also because I don't need to deal with it on a regular basis. So with that in mind, you know, again, it just comes back to this idea of trying to be open enough to correction and trying not to create a situation in which somebody who's maybe on the margin, uncomfortable with what's being said, try not to create a situation under which they would feel that there being a problem to say that they're uncomfortable with something. And that can be a tough one, just because, you know, I'm going to hope that I'm on the right side of this and sort of say that, okay, maybe I'm a little bit too sensitive on that side and I can chill out a bit. But I also kind of know that for someone like I hope I am, there's going to be 2 or 3 other people who either don't have a clue, or worse still, know that there are sort of some fuzzy lines on that, and will always kind of go right up to the edge and push a little bit beyond, hoping that somebody doesn't say anything. And again, for me, one of the things that I always think is tough to deal with on that one is entirely about how unreasonable some people can be into their reactions of very minor corrections. And that's why ultimately I don't like those kinds of arguments. Oh, actually, you know, guys is not okay, because again, it is such a disproportionate reaction to a pretty innocuous thing. And the people who lose out on that are not the people who are saying guys, it's the people who actually have a legitimate complaint but now feel they can't raise it because the last person who had a freak out about guys wound up ruining it for everyone. So anyways, that was why I brought that up. I just tend to find when people are it's sometimes clear in the chat when people are not quite getting where I'm going with it, so I feel the need to stack on the analogies. We have got Vesper Fortune in the chat. How are you doing? I don't think you've seen me play Cyberpunk before. And we've got Callan Frost. I'm going to assume that was from... I'm going to assume that's coming from Vesper. So thank you, everybody. I actually didn't realize there were so many of you here, so I'm sorry for ranting as much as I was. What were you playing today, Vesper? Because I don't think I saw you go online. Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Sorry, that's not supposed to be Callan Frost. Well, maybe you do stream Callan Frost, in which case let us know what you stream. That was supposed to be a shout out for Vesper. What went wrong there? This is the drawback for using tab. Anyways, Vesper is somebody who I found through Cultist Simulator, and I don't believe has streamed Book of Hours yet, but very likely will in the future. Has been doing a little bit of Vesper has been doing some Inscription and has been doing I guess, I don't know, there seems to have been something of a card theme to what you've been doing lately. But the one thing I always enjoy is just the chats with Vesper, whether it's during whether it's during movies, whether it's during some of his just chatting sections, or games that I am familiar with. It's always fun to kind of have some back and forth with him. It's always good fun to just be able to to see what's up. And he always says nice things about me whenever I'm visiting his channel, so that's always a good one. But yes, I've done the shout out. So, I mean, I was kind of hoping to put this to bed, DigiInferno, but I suppose I'd put it to you this way. Like, in the end, if you're talking about neurodivergent people and the fact that these things need to be accommodated, I'm not unsympathetic to that, right? Like, I mean, I would hope that having spent this much time talking about this, my feelings that, being able to have a bit of flexibility in terms of the way that people act, trying to, work in such a way that people feel comfortable and that they're able to raise things when they're not feeling good about it, I think as a whole makes things better. And I suppose the difficulty that I have here is that it would seem a little strange that we make a special state for the neurodivergent, where we just sort of say, it's like, okay, well, they behave this way, and so you're just going to have to suck it up, when it seems that it's largely the same sympathy that's trying to be applied in the other situations that I'm talking about, right? I don't mean to suggest that these things are easy, right? I'd like to think that everybody's trying to do the best that they can in these situations, and that they're trying to behave with empathy, and to behave in such a way that, people are able to work as best as they can. But I do find it a little tough to say that, we've got one group over here which gets, the accommodations, but this other group over here, well, they're not the chosen, so sorry, but you don't get it in. I mean, in the end, right, I have to imagine that people are going to want to feel like they're in an environment in which they can do their best and when they can raise issues that they have. And I imagine that there's probably more space for people to be able to, to get along and find a way that they can work together if they talk about it than if we try and sweep it under the rug, right? All right, well, word from Bill Mitchell. I wonder what brilliant I am Mr. None Too Bright has come up with this time. Bill Mitchell. Bill is the epitome of mediocrity, has mediocre dreams, mediocre needs, and his overall life is pretty, well, mediocre. His attempts to break out of mediocrity are plain to see. He joined the NCPD because a friend said he should, and Bill never learned to say no. Bill's mediocrity turned out to be exactly what the NCPD was looking for. At work, Bill met his love, muse, and confidant, Stella. Occasionally, they manage to time their shifts so that they can spend an evening together in their small unit in a megablock. Bill then looks at Stella and ponders, am I good enough for her?
V! Hey, V! Billy's best scalp wiener's right over here.
Where'd you leave Charlie?
Yeah, he stayed on the force. Keeps his distance. All for the best, I guess.
What happened, Bill? The NCPD sack you?
Whom I sacked them. Had enough. All that stress and the Dodger biz? Think I popped 2 ulcers from that alone.
All right, Bill, hold the deets.
Okay. Anywho, brought you here cause, well, you changed my life, Chum. Wanted to thank you. No, it ain't much, but here, grab some meds.
Thanks. Glad I could help.
No, thank you. No, it might seem silly, but I finally found my place. Feeling happy, unbothered. Hell, think I might be flourishing.
Honest? Feeling kind of jealous. Keep on rolling with the Scop Dogs, bud.
I'm actually I'm quite enjoying this, Vesper. I had played this before, so I was lucky enough that I did get a key for the original release of the game, but I was also given a key for Phantom Liberty, and I am a bit of a... So the funny thing on this one was when I first, prior to Cyberpunk being released, I was a bit of a Cyberpunk skeptic. And I mean, the thing is that, everybody suddenly became one when the release wasn't as good as everybody was expecting. But, I got to do that when that was actually an uncomfortable position to have, and you have to hear people telling you, what an idiot you are and how you don't know how good CD Projekt Red is. Haven't you even played Witcher 3, which I haven't, incidentally. And then... when the game actually came out, and not everybody, but a very vocal minority is like trashing it, largely for what I suspect was the console experience, I kind of had to say, it's like, actually, this is a pretty decent game, right? Like, I would have liked, I liked this more. So I'm just going to take a second in the menu. I sort of feel like if I had not taken the time to play some of the Elder Scrolls games, I probably wouldn't have liked it as much. But as far as like the CRPG experience was concerned, I actually thought it was a perfectly good game. Most of the bugs that I ran into were usually more funny than like game breaking. And sure, there were some performance issues. So there's like a pretty, I think they used it in the promotional material. There's like this rather good car sequence with Dexter Deshawn where he's smoking a cigar, so like there's the volumetric fog and the shafts of light coming through and things like that, and that really made the computer chug. And I think the reason for that was because they were really moving the car throughout the city, and there's just a whole bunch of stuff that's being kind of processed in the background that has absolutely nothing to do with the scene. but for one reason or another, it was built that way. So, again, I don't mean to suggest that, there weren't problems with the game, but the thing is that like that is never going to be the sort of stuff that really makes me hate a game. It's usually going to be the more structural stuff that I get annoyed by. So I was in this really awkward position where I was more of a skeptic prior to it being released, but when it came out, I definitely felt that I needed to sort of say that I actually thought the game was much better than what people were giving it credit for. And I was usually able to try and point to things like, it's the econ side of me, right? I'm usually going to invoke revealed preferences. So if you take a look at concurrent players on Steam, you've got, okay, well, it seems to be that, this is in like the top 5 of games that are, being played, and this is months after the release, and, the number hasn't really gone down. So are you trying to tell me that, everybody's just deluding themselves into enjoying this trash? Or like, no, this is clearly people enjoying the game. And the same thing happened with No Man's Sky. Again, I'm not going to suggest that No Man's Sky was the game that everybody loves now on release, but if you did take a look at the player numbers, and I think this is probably more of a PlayStation thing than PC, but there was never really a time when that game was not enjoyed by a very large number of people. But those aren't necessarily the people who are going out to, there's the type of people who are going to go out and like write a bunch of stuff on social media. They're probably spending more time enjoying the game, and they're not necessarily voicing opinions on the thing that's popular to trash. So the game has definitely gotten better. And again, I'm a sucker for a good sort of spy story and a good political thriller. So Phantom Liberty is like right up my alley. So we've saved the president from sort of this kind of paramilitary force coming into her sabotaged plane, and there's a deep cover agent played by Idris Elba named Solomon Reed, who's kind of helping out. We're just kind of getting into the meat of the story for this as well. But again, like there's a saying, I think this is from Neil Stephenson, where he sort of says that a techno thriller is basically science fiction where the president is the main character. And I actually think there's a lot of truth to that. But Cyberpunk has always been science fiction. So in this case here, it's just you're just adding the techno thriller layer to the to Cyberpunk. But there's also just in the setting, there's a lot of interesting things about that, because Night City is sort of this independent entity. The NUSA, kind of this I think probably would be best to be called a minimalist democracy at this point. Like there's a very clear revolving door between Militech and the executive office. Rosalind Myers, I believe, is ex-Militech, as have the previous presidents of this smaller USA. And again, it's fair to say that the level of freedom may not be the same as what people are enjoying in the current version of the United States. So this idea, there being unification wars, and this idea that Night City sort of sits in this case where people are not really focusing that much on the enforcement of their claims. In fact, you might say that this might be somewhat analogous to Taiwan. The idea of the president kind of crash landing into this rough part of town, and the potential for another war to break out over these events, or potentially somebody trying to force a new war. This just, to me, like makes for really interesting stories. And there are a number of things that I do think are interesting that don't always get covered in cyberpunk stories. So groups like Trauma Team, journalists, and the political elements. I think in this case here, Phantom Liberty just happens to be poking at some of the things that people don't focus as carefully on in cyberpunk stories, but are potentially very interesting. And for those of you who are interested in overt politics in cyberpunk, as opposed to sort of what's implicitly being said inside of the stories, I think Transmetropolitan is a really interesting comic series which deals with sort of elections and the people who take office. The main character in that one is Spider Jerusalem, sort of a Hunter S. Thompson figure. And it's a fun way of looking at that. And by the way, I don't mean to suggest that Cyberpunk 2077 is the only game to have done that, because I also believe Shadowrun had a couple of political campaign sort of like scenarios built around it. So there's definitely, it's been done, and it's been done in interesting ways. I don't know if the Shadowrun ones were done in interesting ways. These are topics that do sometimes come up in Cyberpunk, but there just happens to be the sort of stuff that kind of tickles my fancy. So anyways, I'm pretty enthusiastic about Cyberpunk. I've got my minor gripes with it, but I think it's a really good looking game. I think it's pretty fun to play, and for the most part, I've been liking the opportunity when I can to talk about some of the background behind this. So, for instance, one of the first things I talked about with Cyberpunk was the reason why it's always like huge Japanese conglomerates that seem to be buying everything up. And basically the role that a cranky statistician named W. Edwards Deming had to play with that.
Doc Stan. Really think that's a good idea?
Gotta stand for I can run a full-on restaurant, right? True, first step's the hardest, but you still gotta take it.
All right, I'm taking the money and running. Oh yeah, also, my character looks awesome, so that's also an important factor. It's like looking in a mirror, really. So I'm wondering, when it says wait until evening here, I'm guessing because it's 1:30 in the morning, it's not just sundown they're looking for. It's actually, I mean, 1:30 is not exactly that late to be going to a bar, but all right, El Capitan wants us to steal a car. It gives me a chance to apparently it was only available for 10 seconds. We could try and go for a tarot card, or we can try and go for a gig. World's our oyster, really. Let's go for the tarot card. Now, I should ask Vesper, like, is this the sort of game that you're interested in, or is this just completely out of left field here? You like RPGs, but you have your issues with Cyberpunk. I know there's a few. I've got a couple of people who I don't know if they're fully wouldn't play it on principle, but I know both leading up to and after the game there were some complaints. I of course have no morals or no qualms whatsoever, so that's not true actually, but. Again, all well and good, but I like keeping the music in the car and the sounds of Night City. Okay, so clear. Oh, here we go. Death. Actually, I feel like Vesper would be able to give us like the idea of customizing your character than never seeing yourself. Vesper might be able to offer some thoughts on the tarot here, but death is the card of becoming. It signifies an imminent and difficult transition, the conclusion of one phase of life and the beginning of another. Inevitably, something gets lost during the transformation, but something else will rise to take its place. So does this mean this actually is interesting, Vesper? So are you do you prefer RPGs that with sort of a third-person perspective? I know of it, Aegis, but I have never played it. I think I have it, though. Oh. That's fine. Well, we've got a side gig we can work with here. Interesting. So I'm actually kind of curious about. I don't mean to draw you out on it, but I'm actually kind of interested in terms of where some of this goes. So for a game like The Elder Scrolls, because I know like The Elder Scrolls is predominantly first person, but I do know that they give you the option to play as a they do give you the option to play sort of third person as almost kind of like, to me the problem with it is it sort of feels like an afterthought, like just being able, like the fact that you're able to move the camera back doesn't necessarily mean that in my view is a third person game. Like sometimes I don't think they're going to let me cross without... Yeah. Okay, well. Gives me a chance to practice practice my karate. But yeah, so in some cases, that sort of stuff has never really worked for me because it still feels like a first-person game. But the thing is, I've never been bothered by a first-person RPG, so I'm kind of curious how those work for you. If you don't mind, I mean, obviously you didn't come here to have your taste in RPGs interrogated, but I'm curious.
Hey. Uh-huh.
Maybe.
Okay, so I think the best option here is to do a couple distractions. If I can't take out both, at the very least it gets rid of one of the... he might actually detect that.
Got to see a ripper about my ears.
You don't play Skyrim purely due to how ugly it is. Fair. you've heard about death from a tarot reader, you know really that death is about change. Yeah, that's what Vesper shared. Actually, you may. I don't know if Vesper does tarot readings on stream, but that might be something that you're interested in, Aegis. Yeah, I think that's fair, Vesper. I mean, the one thing I actually found kind of interesting. This is so this is kind of me talking about games that I'm not as directly familiar with. If I'm being completely fair and honest. But I heard I don't know if it is the same developer or I know this forested area always makes my computer choke. I don't know if it's just because of the reflections or what. Or maybe there's just a whole lot of things to render with the trees, but it's inconvenient and I want to get out of here. But anyways, so this was for the game The Evil Within, and I don't know if it was somebody working on that originally made Resident Evil or if they were just referring to Resident Evil, but they actually described one problem in playtesting as being the audience sort of talking about sort of this comparison to Resident Evil and how difficult it was to make a game like that compared to Resident Evil, because a lot of the feedback that they got from playtesting was it's a third-person perspective. Why do I care about whether or not this person is in trouble? Which I thought was very funny because I still haven't played Resident Evil. I'd like to, but I never really thought of Resident Evil as being, oh, well, that's not a very scary game because it's third person. I've always thought of it as like, okay, this is a pretty nerve-wracking game. You're being chased down by the zombies or whatever. But yeah, apparently tastes have kind of changed in this regard, and that, like, because of, I guess, amnesia and what else would it be? Amnesia and like Outlast. There's this whole shift now where horror is felt to be a first-person experience, which is weird because, again, like I actually really like Outlast and Amnesia and Soma and stuff like that, but I've never felt that I can't, like, maybe I'm just too empathetic as a person. The fact that I'm not looking through the eyes of this person does not make me any less invested in their well-being. I mean, any less than watching most horror films are not shot in the first person. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, I just think, like, I never like assigning too much weight to people who say that sort of stuff. You always want to pay attention to what people are saying, right? Like, you don't want to, you never want to ask someone's opinion and then tell them, like, why they're wrong to have that opinion. But I do also sometimes feel that people are either going to repeat what they've heard from other places, or they're going to try and justify a perspective like that. It may not be sort of their core interest or core value that's being discussed. And you also sometimes want to account for that as well when you're making your final decision. And I guess the thing that I can say is that whether it's motion pictures or whether it's, this, previous horror games or whatever you have, we have a fairly, or I mean, another thing you could say is there's so much of storytelling which doesn't necessarily take a first-person perspective. So, lots of visual arts generally are not first-person experiences. narrative, it's a mix, right? Like, I do think people tend to put themselves into the stories to a certain extent. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think there are probably more examples of people appreciating horror without it being a first person experience than not. And so it is a little bit of a weird criticism. But I mean, again, I have to, if that story is correct, it is kind of interesting to see that kind of a shift.
You start to fade. You have no strong roots to this world. You are losing touch with yourself. You must purify yourself, regain your equilibrium. I can help you. Sit down.
Is this some kind of prank? Someone scrolling all this?
Normally you are open to
That's
new
correct,
things,
yes.
but now you are afraid.
Fine. What's all this about?
Meditation.
You mean like being zen?
Precisely.
Okay, I'm listening.
In the city, you are cut off from nature. Metal, concrete canyons, neon eyes. The filth of the world suffocates you.
Sure isn't no zen garden.
You must become still. Restore the bond within yourself. You are the source. All which you must do is draw from it. Are you ready?
I'll give it a shot, why not?
I will give you a meditative brain dance that will liberate your consciousness.
Give me?
You can pay me however much you wish.
This should cut it.
Very well. The initial techniques of meditation are best undertaken with supervision. Let us begin. I will guide you.
I don't expect the frame rate to be good on this one, but
This is a meditation of the earth element. Spirit of nature, Mother Earth, I send you greetings. We are of one blood. I am you. You are me. Oh, Mother Earth, I and all other creatures from you created. Cleanse my body and soul from pain, sickness, impurity, and the negative energy from negative people, worlds, and dimensions. Give me the energy of life. Give me health, youth, wisdom, knowledge, strength, joy, happiness, and inner peace. We walk the earth, through meadows, nature in full bloom. We remove our shoes, feel our bare feet touch the soil. We absorb the earth's energy. sense joy, tranquility, lightness, purity, our heart and soul. We walk the earth. A butterfly rests on blooming flower. Bees are gathering nectar. Warmth and joy surrounds us. Our legs absorb the earth's energy, filling every cell of our bodies. Our souls and spirits are cleansed. We thank you, Mother Earth, with our mind, body, and soul. There is no life without you or the other elements.
Hello? Nice vanishing trick.
So I think there's an open question in the game, Aegis, as to the effects, because it's a little bit, in my view, it's a little bit like the sequence at Clouds, where you, like, for me, especially because the game had gotten to this point where, like, most of the quote-unquote romance encounters were often kind of juvenile. I was really expecting, meeting one of the dolls at Clouds to just be sort of cheap titillation, like a little bit like what I sort of felt the tutorial mission was, and yet it actually wound up being this really interesting little experience where you do have the character kind of confronting his fears of death, like what's happening to him with Johnny. And you do run into these meditation side quests. I think there's 3 or 4 of them. And it's kind of up to you to a certain extent to decide exactly what V is getting out of this. I mean, this is one of the things that I do sort of like from the role-playing point of view on these, which is that there's, in this particular case, the game gives you enough space to sort of decide what that means for you. But I'll admit, like, I feel like those sequences would be a bit more effective if they weren't so choppy. Like, especially, I get that for one reason or another, the areas with a lot of vegetation create problems, but I guess because it's a special place in the game, there's not a whole lot like it. It's not like I'm going to decrease all of my settings just for that one segment inside of the game. And so I will confess I'm not really focusing on what the... I'm not really focusing on what the meditation is saying. I'm really focusing more on, do I need to upgrade my video card or something like that? And it's one of the moments where I'm actually pulled out of the game a little bit. I've also never played Parasite Eve Vesper, but I mean, again, I really do need to play the Resident Evil series. I know it's a really well well-respected game. I just haven't gotten around to it. Dear Mr. V, thank you once again for your timely assistance in rescuing the American Shorthair you've recently encountered. We are delighted to inform you that dear Mittens has made her way back to Washington safe and sound and is now in a caring, loving home. The transfer also includes a small bonus for your diligent attempt at helping us locate the elusive violet rosefinch. We will do everything we can to protect this beautiful endangered bird. We hope that this is only the beginning of our long-lasting mutual partnership. Let's fight for a better future for all animals. The American Animal Defenders Association, another one rescued. This should only be taken at surface level. You know, we just really care about the animals in Night City. Nope. We have a chance to steal a car, I think. Oop. Okay, I love photo mode, but not now. Not the easiest thing to aim in the world, but I'll take it.
All good. Let's go. Check the cords. Something else. Client's got a strict deadline. Seems he's on his way out of NC. Need you to Delta Skelter.
Let's see if we can find another radio station to... Night FM? Does anybody have a favorite? Anyone have a favorite channel? I have no idea what's what. Sure, why not? I'd actually kind of like it if they randomize the radio again. So as long as I get the right off-ramp, I should be able to make it on time, but that's a big if. I also suspect I'm going to get dinged for the state of the vehicle, but I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to get the 6th Street out of the car without shooting it up. Thanks a lot, Vesper. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for bringing your people along. And I will see you either on my side or yours soon, I hope. Have a good rest. Okay, can I do this in a minute? Oops. Whoa. I'm pretty sure that's the deadline that we just
Call you
lost there.
back.
Not gonna lie, V. Think you got a gift. Thanks for the help, V. My Chum will do the finishing touches.
I am definitely not someone who goes looking for glitches. Oh, it does change. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, so we've got some time before the next quest. We are really far from where we need to be. So the side job here is pretty tempting, as is the gig. So I think I'm going to go for that gig that I was originally going to try, and then we can go back into Dogtown and hopefully make ourselves available for a meetup. I'm trying to get used to having the vehicle take up such a large part of the screen. I do tend, like, if I had my preference, I'd be sort of looking at it like this angle as opposed to this, just so I can have a better idea of what's ahead of me. But the game really likes insisting on this perspective, so I always need to correct it. I could try... Why not? Keeps me in eddies.
Something like this before, have you? This beauty will do virtually anything for you, like having your own personal netrunner. She'll track down your next ride herself. And when you're close to the target, she pops the locks and grabs the steering for you. You take down any hustle around and bring our prey back to me. Simple? Let's roll.
I think I just signed up for some more than I bargained for.
Call you back.
Okay, well, that's an easy one. Cyber malfunction. Seems like we don't have a timer on this one. Also, what you just saw is the consequences of assuming that I can just knock down any street light that I go into. Turns out I can't. Okay. I'm hoping I don't wind up carjacking for the rest of the game, because I am kind of susceptible to the shiny objects. If it puts a timed mission in front of me, I'm much more inclined to do it. And I think the vehicle ones come up regularly enough that I could actually wind up spending like a month or two in Night City just stealing cars. On the other hand, there is something kind of appealing about being able to make enough money to sort of load up on some more cyberware. Looks like a car that I can buy, but I need to... Nope.
Final stretch, now just lose the... Close now, lose the tail. Wipe around yourself.
This is not happening!
Fuck this! Stop this fuck! God damn it! Oh! Die!
Getting some distance.
Little token of my appreciation's waiting for you in the drop locker.
I have a feeling I'm going to wind up with more weight problems if I'm not careful with this, but We won't follow up on the damned. We are, however, going to... Well... Looks like we've got an assault that we can... Now, I could try and do this the stealthy way, but you know what? Let's have some fun. Let's go short circuit. Yeah, so there's some cyberware I gotta be careful of.
Go, go, go! Take cover!
I really should be going for more headshots with the boosts that I have. Mind you, if I want headshots, I should also be using my pistol. Better weapon handling.
Heavy casualties! You're only making it worse for yourself. I'm out.
Thought there might have been a little more loot off of these guys, but this is really just to... Okay, this is interesting. So it says neutralize... Oh, secure the evidence. Ellis Hawk, they say they got their own hustle. They know who they're talking to. You tell them I sent you. Yep, but you know how it is. They hired some solos. They're trying to play tough. So what'll it be? We do it your way? Yep. Only way to get in those gonk skulls is through their faceplates. Preem, we're going in. Yep. Okay. So again, if I can... Gonna try and head to... I'm not really looking for the dam, but that gig will be enough. We're doing okay for cash. We were in the low thousands after the Ripper Dock visit, but we're a bit more flush. It chose the wrong car to mess with.
Dispatch, do you copy?
Alright. So I want these ones to pass by before I... Okay, good. I've never pursued a fight with End City that far. I think also mostly just because I still need to get a bit better at the combat, although my weapon choice can probably... Nope. You're back on. I suspect probably my weapon choice is creating some complications on that side too, so we can probably lose them here.
Code 0. I repeat, Code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
I think this is Pacifica. Alright, so I probably should have been stopping by those stores just to dump out some of the spare weapons that I have, but let's see what we've got waiting for us here. It looks like it's a fight. That was actually a bit early, but I seem to remember at some point this one.
Hello, V. Van on the loose. It needs retrieving. Coordinates provided. Head there. Quite simple as these things go. Except, you should expect animals prowling. Likely feral. Details attached.
Gig type, thievery. Objective, steal a van hauling the animal's medical supplies. Baptiste Street. Here's the situation. You need to enter an animal den, steal a certain van carrying medical stimulants, a modified lidocaine to be precise. Keep in mind the cargo is rather hot, stolen already once before from Maelstrom. Those metal mongers use lidocaine for initiation rites, whereas the intended to use it as an ingredient in their favorite juice cocktail. In my line of work, we call this a market shortage. What do you say we up the demand even more? Step 1, you steal the van. Step 2, I resell the lidocaine to a ripper doc. 3, they sell it at market price. Step 4, profit. So I'm happy to steal this without too much violence. I'm pretty sure I've done this one before. Although I've never done this from above, so this will be interesting.
Fucking starving!
So this will be particularly interesting with the fact I can't dump the bodies. Oh, hell no. Upcoming work. Season secure stadium parking lot. This is urgent. Monica Steiner apparently is looking to nomads for help. Could be hollow street talk. Could be legit. That's why we gotta check. Generators from the Tinos still don't work. Incompatible transistors. Head to their shop in the Glen and sort it. Guerra's no more use to us. Time to put that bitch out to pasture. Specifically outside our zone. And I hear concrete boots are in fashion this season. Maybe give her a pair. Delivery! Hyacinth to blind Rudy. Rudy, stop, drop what you're doing, get to your lab, and crank the burners on max, because you're cooking today, Choom. Big delivery of Lido coming in hot from those chrome cocksuckers. You'll pump out so much juice, nobody in Pacific is going to sleep for a month. Let the boss know everything's a go, and no losses on our side. Read carefully, Amanda Nelson, encrypted. Certain corpo entered the net one night when suddenly everything glitched and he encountered a red demon who said, "Tomorrow at midnight you will be dead." The Corpo did not place any faith in the threat and slept soundly that night after leaving the net. The next day he went to work and returned home and nothing bad happened. But the next morning his daughter went to wake him up. His optical implants were burned out. His entire body was scorched and cut in half. If you break this email chain, the same thing will happen to you tomorrow at midnight. If you send this to only 3 people, the demon will hurt someone you love. If you send this to 15, the demon will follow you on the net for 5 days, but do nothing to you. If you send this to all your contacts, your biggest dream will come true. It's true. It happened to my uncle. I'm very sorry to send this to you, but someone sent it to me first. It sounds silly, but forwarding this email will save your life. All right, now this one was a tough one. Oh, hell.
His head off!
That's not very sporting.
Make him fucking pay!
See, I really screwed this one up. My thought is always, where I can, I try to do the thievery and stuff like that non-violently, because there's no point in, you know, creating bad blood with a gang over that kind of bit. Like, not everything has to be a death sentence, basically. Oops. Interview with a queen of the Metro Jungle. Here's a tasty morsel for all those fascinated by the secrets of the Night City underbelly. After months of stonewalling and upsetting threats, I finally arranged an interview with a member of the Animals gang. We met in a bar on the far west side of Pacifica. When she pierced my eyes with her own slitted pupils, I thought back to those old wildlife docu-vids I used to watch and realized I must have felt just like those gazelles did when ambushed by a pride of lions. Interviewer, thank you for agreeing to this interview. They didn't mind your pack, herd, and on animal. Burst of laughter. They don't give 2 rat shits. I do what I want when I want. They got a problem, me and them can square up. Thing is, I know they all too scared to try. Are all the animals guided by this survival of the fittest principle? Bet your ass, if you ain't hard, you're a blood bag waiting to pop. That's why we bulk. Roids, modified horse growth hormones, at least half a day in the gym. Interviewer interrupts. Wait. Did you say horse? What, you think animals is some cute name? Humans are weak by nature. Hippos, though, they can eat a whole croc. Can you? And dude, tigers? 4-inch canines and 700 pounds of pure fucking majesty. That's who we are, the awful beasts of Night City, kings and queens of life and death. You sound like a poet. Say that again and you'll be wearing your jaw like a hat. Yes, well, is it true that you reject the use of cybernetics? Yes and no. Co-processors can be hacked, so we steer clear of those. But retractable blades, metal claws, titanium jaws, leopard print tech leather, that's another story. Fascinating. Well, I won't keep you any longer, so let me thank you for your time today. Is there anything else you'd like to express to your readers? Don't fuck with the animals, Night City. We'll rip you apart, chew you up, and spit out the bones.
Show yourself if you got the balls.
I would love to do system collapse, but apparently I don't have the capabilities. I'm assuming a few more levels in...
This is a safe space. Trust me.
I tried.
Animals! 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 I'm gonna make you bleed! Go, go, go! Make him fucking high!
I am so dead. Hopefully I'll get another try at something a little more stealthy. Oh my god, I'm right back to the start.
Hello, V. Van on the loose. It needs retrieving. Coordinates provided. Head there. Quite simple as these things go. Except, you should expect animals prowling. Likely feral. Details attached.
All right, I may not have the time to do this mission the full way, but if I can't wrap it up, I'll at least save, and it'll give us some action to start with. Okay, so one change I'm going to make. Let's do the ping. I'm hoping... I can't expect to have everyone on the map taken care of, but I figure at the very least we can get a little more...
Fuck!
You're kidding me.
Make it bleed! I'm gonna make you bleed! Hold on! I'm reloading! Moving animals here! Come on! I swear I won't completely kill you!
So they're going to be on patrol, but I should be able to do a little bit of stealth.
Hey, don't be scared now! Got number two! What the?
I don't think I have what it takes to be able to get where I need to go, but... Ah, crap. I actually prefer this to firing down the sights.
Shit, gotta reload!
Well, that helps the extraction.
Make him scream!
So I absolutely have a chance to take those guys out from range here, but I'm going to try for stealth, just because it means I'm not getting chased down, which means I get to loot a little bit more easily than I would otherwise. Hostile area? Well, that comes out of nowhere. This also has the nice side effect of giving me a save, so 7A BD 55. Well, that's not going to work, but triple 55s. I should have thought about the E9BD. You've got a better deck, so I can actually potentially get the trio. Okay, that could turn bad in a little bit. So if I can find something to make noise. Maybe. I think probably them moving back from that is the better opportunity.
Cockroaches be everywhere, man.
Okay, that guy's back on patrol, so that might be a problem. He could turn around any minute. Okay, nice. He might be the last one, but we also didn't get eyes this deep in, so... Okay, so on top of the looting and all that, important notice to all units. Due to budget cuts, all work on the station will cease until further notice. All units prepare heavy equipment for relocation to surface, secure tech drones and tools, secure main entrance corridors A through D, and ventilation shafts. In the event of compensation delays this month, please direct your questions to City Hall Department of Infrastructure. Jonas Lyman, Senior Engineer. More of the same. Brandon Frost, Cade to Waxy. Those cunts from Maelstrom ain't shit to me, but there is attention due to one. Brandon Frost. Some of you remember the name. A few years back, he buried a few of us alive in concrete in an abandoned dock. Scroll to next BD of it. It circulated a few days before we broke every bone and every BD dealer who touched one. But Frost is still out there. He finally crawled out of some rock he was living under. I think it's time we offered him a welcome. I want him alive. Pay your head will explode from Nightmare. Hey Choom, today is your unlucky day. You're probably wondering who I am. I'm a voodoo boy. Probably heard of us. Remember the last time you hit the net? Yeah, me too. I hack your coprocessor and install a little surprise for you. Now you do what I say or your head goes boom. I think €1,000 is fair pay to keep your head. If you pay, I uninstall my surprise. If not, I blow up your head, but blow up the head of the person you love most first. And if you tell the NCPD, I blow up your head twice. You have 2 days to pay, and I know you read this because I installed Spycam in your optics. We read it together. This is not a negotiation, Choom, so do not reply. Just pay, and you will live. Wrong one. Okay. 1C7A. So I'm hoping I'll be able to get a few more of those just because it's great for components, and that, to me at least, translates into more opportunities to sell weapons as opposed to scrapping them. Now, I do have a little bit of a choice ahead of me because in one sense I can go to the entrance and clear it out, or I can get bold and try and run this thing through whatever blockade they've got set up. I think we're going to go for bold. Oh crap. Sorry, too busy on another robbery. This is not where I want to be. Where's my current job? Okay, I am way too close to the delivery zone. Oh, never mind then. Okay, so I'll admit this was a little more sprawling than I was expecting.
You made me a wealthier man, V. You raised the animal's hackles, too. Kudos. I respect those who make an impression. In the event of more work, I'll know the number to call. Contract closed.
Okay, actually that's a tidy little sum.
You're listening to 88.9 Pacific Dreams.
Let's take a look and see if there's a better gun. This is actually pretty powerful, it looks like. So the submachine gun is tempting. The problem is that I believe it uses the same kind of ammo as the pistol. So it's like a nice to have, but it's impractical as far as actually using it. I might want to reconsider the... Would you rather full build defense or offense? You know, Mighty Big T, first of all, hello. I don't actually do that much in terms of character builds. I kind of go... I wind up playing this game a lot like a role-playing game where I just kind of go for things that I find interesting. I actually haven't leveled up a lot of my stuff just because I want to preserve the options. But I think if I was forced to choose between the two, I would probably go offense. And my inclination towards that generally is I feel that defense-heavy builds make for slightly less interesting games due to the strategy of like playing not to lose. So like if you go for a very heavy defensive build, this is essentially why games like StarCraft are built the way that they are. So like I like playing single player StarCraft because it's like SimCity for me, right? I get to build up my base and I get to make the perfect base and then I get to move against the enemy. But if that were to be the way that multiplayer works, then the games would take hours and inevitably, you know, like pretty much in any given real-time strategy game, half the people are going to lose. And if you spend a couple of hours for a loss, you're just going to be that much more pissed off than, you know, if you get a loss. I mean, like contrast this to how people feel about battle royales and whatever you think of the battle royale genre. It's very clear that people who like them will get their ass kicked and immediately go into the next game. Whereas, you know, if you think of people who play Dota, I think this has changed a little bit in the current version, but there's a while when like people would just hate each other at the end of a Dota game because it winds up being this extended period of being beaten, as opposed to you know, as opposed to something low cost, basically. So with that in mind, I've always kind of taken that to heart, where it's nice to feel insured against things going wrong, and yet one of the most effective forms of damage mitigation is to eliminate the enemy. And so as a consequence of that, you know, I've always tended to feel that in most games I can go for a more offensive build and then just try to get my skills up to a point where I can take advantage of the environment or other factors to make up for the defense. Or to put it another way, that essentially I feel that a primary focus on defense means that you extend the combat encounters to try and wear down the enemy, and that overall this results in a type of gameplay which is a little less interesting, for me at least. But I mean, again, I'm probably not well equipped to answer answer questions on builds, and that's just because it's very foreign to how I play. You know what? Let's buy some vehicles. I know it's such a ridiculous thing to purchase instead of cyberware, but one of the other things I kind of need to respect a little bit more about Cyberpunk as well is that the stats do see. So like I really, really love complicated strategy games, and yet for games like this, I tend not to respect like half of the stats. So clearly something like weapon handling, like the assault rifle that I have, it's all well and good that it has the level of damage that it does, but you know what, let's sell off the surplus. It's all well and good that it has the you know, the damage that it does, but in practice it actually doesn't do as much as I sort of feel it should. Now that's interesting. This does more damage, so I might consider that one. But one of the big challenges that I'm running into with it right now is the fact that it doesn't. This thing does 60. Because the weapon handling isn't quite where it needs to be. Like, it doesn't really matter that it's a high damage weapon, just simply because, you know, the shots are bouncing all over the place. I'm genuinely not sure which of these I want to keep. So we can compare the knives. So 63 to 63, 3-1, 3-1, 5-1, 5-1. They're identical. Yeah, so I feel like things like my assault rifles would be better if I paid attention to things like so it's all well and good to have a high damage level, but if you're not able to land those shots, it doesn't matter. So if you're not a crack shot, it doesn't really matter that you can throw out a lot of bullets. If you're not a crack shot, it doesn't matter that it does 1,000 damage per bullet if your firing rate is low or your aim is off. So I don't know. I should spend some more time thinking about how I do these things, but right now I'm going to focus on vehicles. So I'm thinking probably the most expensive is the best. Well, that or I work my way up. Maybe that's the better way to go. This is a little easier when when you had to go out and buy these individually. Okay, 36, 30. Anything less than 30, I basically just buy on its own. Just a little short. Okay. Again, I'm not going to use any of these. This is more about being a collector, but I think so. My best bet's probably to go to the gig in the far end in Dogtown. I suppose if I want, how far away is the? Can maybe make a little bit of money to buy another car.
Yeah, let's go there. All right, see you.
The delivery cords and drive.
It's a nice car.
One more thing. Hear that? Clock's a ticking. Time waits for no chew.
Did we just gib that guy for smacking him into a wall? I should feel a little bad about that, I guess. I feel like adding enemies on a timer is a particularly cruel thing for the game to do. I might be able to lose him with the speed, though. One minute for 2 kilometers, though, is a tough, tough order. Especially if I'm driving like this. Mind you, Momar hasn't really told me off for the quality of a vehicle since the original mission, so maybe I'm creating problems for myself by trying to bring them in better condition. I don't know, it seems like a decent enough goal to shoot for anyway, but ah, crap. I'm definitely not making it on time now. It's a shame. We were really close to. I'm pretty sure I would have got that if I didn't.
I don't think you got the assignment. I have to dock your payout. Final stretch, now just lose the company.
Might be that I have to get out of the area for that to count. Nope, nope. I was just getting impatient.
I guess it'll do, V. Switch up your game. Try a little harder next time. Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches.
I definitely need to take a look at the new controls in terms of the radio and that. Like it's nice that you have the option to have the music playing if you want, but it does actually take away from one of the things I sort of enjoyed about the game, which was you have, I mean, this also happens in Grand Theft Auto, so you have kind of personality communicated for some of the vehicles in terms of like what they're playing. So there are certain models of car that you'll never see playing like the country western music. That's not the one I want. I mean, I can drive it, but but the other thing that's kind of nice about it, and I guess this is also kind of a Grand Theft Auto thing, but I really paid attention to this more in Cyberpunk, was that as you go through the city, you have, in some cases, you have certain music playing on radios, or you'll just generally hear in an area. You might be hearing some music that you remember from the car. I don't know. I always kind of liked that little bit of personality that was in the game. So again, it's nice that you have the option. I mean, it's kind of like the way you go about your day-to-day life today. You know, you can put in a couple of AirPods and not have to deal with anyone. But I do sort of feel like having that as a default, like something that you have to go out of your way to turn off, closes you off from a little bit of the personality that's been created by the city. And I think they've done a good job with the city, right? Like, it's a little bit, it's kind of like an audio version of some of the complaints I have with the driving, which is I have to focus enough on the drive. Okay, I really want to do another vehicle thing, but I do need to wrap up, so let's get to Dogtown, and I'll suppress my urge to steal cars. But yeah, so like in terms of the driving, it's a really great looking city, which I largely ignore because I'm trying to avoid the sort of stuff that you just saw happen. And I do occasionally catch myself like getting not distracted, but like sort of getting drawn into the overall environment and saying, hey, this is a really neat looking thing. You know, and then of course I wind up smashing into a wall. So these are tough because, again, like you do, if you're driving, you want to focus on driving, and if you're distracted, you know, there's something to be said in a role-playing game where distracted driving can mean that you crash into something. But in this case, it does sort of wind up defeating what I think is maybe one of the more enjoyable parts of the game, which is interaction with the environment. And again, it's clearly something that the developers put a lot of effort into realizing. And from an audio standpoint, it's a similar idea, right? Where once I would... And in terms of the cars, that's still intact, so depending on the car that I'm driving, it seems like the radio does change. But the fact that the music that I would normally hear in the car follows me out of the car means that unless I go out of my way to turn it off, I'm less likely to hear the type of music that would show up at in certain parts of the city. And I don't know, I just sort of feel the music that gets played is as much a part of its personality as is the art decoration and such. Still, that's less of a complaint about the option, more about the default. I guess the good news here is that this is a vehicle I'm not scared of losing in Dogtown. They really did a great job with Dogtown. It just, I suppose to the point I was making before, like each region sort of has its own personality, and once you get into Dogtown, like it's interesting because there are parts of Pacifica that have a feeling like what Dogtown might or should, and yet Dogtown, it does sort of feel is very much its own thing. And it's neat. I probably don't really have the grammar to kind of communicate exactly how that works, but it's something that I feel and kind of like. Okay, so I was going to wrap it up, but I am curious about what these three little I'm curious what these three little skulls here are.
Non, t'es pas capable.
Okay, well. Let's face it, it's not been a stealthy run anyway. Although this is new music, so I'm happy for that. Unfortunately, I didn't tag anyone, so okay. It's a bit of a guess. Okay, that's 2 guys. BD 55 1C BD. Okay, that's a trap. That's also a trap. Interesting. Flight log, Wyvern 812930, flight start, last ping in Terra Cognita, audiovisual sensors, Organotopia building, decision, reducing altitude, scan, 13 members of the group scavengers, threat assessment, 5 handguns, 10 high caliber weapons, alarm signal sent, position located, altitude increase, discovered EMP grenade. That is a... Well, you can shoot at the cameras, it turns out. Vargas package, damaged drones. Here's 3 drones with your software that were downed while securing Dogtown. Please pull the most recent data and upload it to our server. Drone list, Militech Wyvern 349412 shot down. Wyvern 812930 damaged by an EMP grenade, and 578935 damaged by a Netrunner attack. Alright, I'm curious what the justification for that said. Maybe the Voodoo Boys hacked some tunes into my skull. Alright, I am genuinely curious about what this is. Like, obviously I screwed up. Oh. I screwed up by going into combat so early, but it seems like it's a full-on boss fight at some point. So ping is the most sensible thing for me to do right now. I chose an interesting place to end the stream on. What have I got here? Holy hell! That's a lot of guys. So I gotta deal with that one just because they can dodge me with the cyberware. There we go. Now, if I can get control of that turret, it's game over. They are closing the distance. So if I had contagion, this would make things a lot easier. Alright, but I get the chance to take control now. Okay, that's as good as I'm gonna get.
Ou quoi c'est un jouet? Sorti côté ou caché à?
At this point, I'm just gonna have some fun with the combat. I think we have a score to settle with the Voodoo Boys anyway, so I don't feel as bad as when I'm taking out someone like the Valentinos. Alright, have a good one, Digi Inferno.
Nous sommes équipe.
Alright, this is gonna suck in a minute. That is so annoying that that nut runner's up there. Oh. Okay, so I get to pull back. No, I don't. Are they doing a weapon glitch if I'm already disabling their cyberware? So I'm gonna have to switch weapons in a second. So the smarter thing for me to do is to try and go for the Netrunner first, seeing as Io has a lot of health. And I did destroy the turret, so I can't try and lure them to a better location, although I can get some looting in. But yeah, let's see if we can run around the edge and inconvenience the runner. Okay, Cyberpunk malfunction is crummy. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, that short circuit is gonna hit me like a ton of bricks in a minute. Cripple movement is really smart right now. Okay, so let's reload because they're gonna come chasing after me in a bit. Not enough. They're just gonna keep ruining my day. So I think no matter how far I run, they're still gonna be able to complete the hack. I think we'll just prep for the damage and then I can try to get back on that catwalk. Okay, well, at least we get to turn this one off. Is that the hacker? Oh, she's coming for me. That's the hacker. Well, apparently not. Gotta be really careful going beside the explosives like this. Ah, we didn't finish the job, that's the problem. Oh my god, they have another one. Of course they do, they're voodoo boys. Weapon glitch is a particularly annoying one just because I believe it's the firing rate as well as the damage that get affected, so you can't just sort of say, I'm gonna fight through it. It means that the ammo that you're expending is not... Oh my god! That's a nice touch, but that's also... mean. Alright, I think it's one-on-one now. Ooh, be careful with that. Actually, I can probably take her on with my fists at this point. Figure that's a good two can play at that game kind of maneuver. That's no good. Okay, so short circuit on the drone for sure. This is definitely one that I should get in for melee on. Ah. Oh, smart. Jesus. Okay, let's get her cyberware down. Good lord, get out of the electricity. I wonder if I can take over one of those drones. Fun fight, but no. Might have been better to disable her cyberware. It's even close to where she is. Closer than I thought. Are you kidding me? No wonder this thing feels like it's taking forever. Okay, so next time that happens, I kind of need to run in and... Well, I can't because it's electrified. I was just thinking I'd go in and try and finish it with melee, but if I'm getting shocked, then that's a non-starter. So perhaps the answer here is to draw her into that other room. Okay, now it's possible that her health was restored. Okay. But it's also possible that I might be able to get the drop on her and take her out with stealth. Now, if I had been thinking, I would have tagged her... There we go. Okay, so she's turned around and is focused kind of... No way! Something saw me. Oh, it's right here. You usually don't look for cameras on the ground. Okay, so the answer here, she may not necessarily have seen me yet. Yeah, so she's on patrol now, so we still have a chance to make this... She can call me a dog all she wants, as long as I can sneak up behind her. This is a high-risk approach here. I think I'm going to wait until I have a... Right now she's looking at a wall, so it's entirely possible she'll turn around and then I'm fighting her in the electricity. Yeah, so this... Whoa! Alright. That was worth the risk, but yeah, she doesn't fall for those tricks. So I'm going to focus a little more on short circuit here. I don't think I'm going to run out of ammo, but basically being able to kind of keep continuous damage, although it doesn't really seem to be doing that much to her. It might even be better for me to just try and engage her in melee, but I don't get a say in that when she's in the electricity. Ugh. So because I'm at full health, this is where, or like full health refills, I mean, this is one of these cases I should be a little more willing to sort of stand and deliver as far as the shots go. Whereas I'm trying to refill my grenades. So basically, I don't want to be scared when I've got health like this. So now I pull back because I'm down one on the. Yeah, that wasn't good. Okay, so again, I'm back to full for health, so I should be willing to take some shots from her if it means getting some good hits. The thing I'm most worried about is if she gets repeated actions to heal, that creates a timing problem. Kind of like that question that was asked, would I want to go for full defense or for full offense? This is a perfect example of a situation where I'd be willing to take fewer hits if it meant that I could like deliver a decisive blow, because it like we really are doing this for the second time here. I'm wondering if there might be a way for me to take out the electricity down below, but so again, similar idea here, right? I've got health to play around with, so down to 400 ammo, so again, we've got enough right now, but I want to keep an eye on it. I'm also getting close to... Oh, that's a good spot. Actually, if she keeps there, I could just keep tossing grenades. She doesn't stay there, though. That's a nice combo. I've also got full rams, so I should be hitting her with a shock and a cyberwell malfunction, ideally. Yeah, so that was a nice brutal exchange, but I think I kind of came out on the top on that. I'm slightly mad I didn't reload there. Okay. Okay, 300 on ammo. That wasn't a good grenade, but I don't know, give her something to think about. If she heals, I'm gonna freak. This is the point where I kind of want to go in and try to make this about melee. but I know trying to come in on the shock, that gives me a very, very narrow window in which to finish the job. And it's possible that I undo all of this progress by dying. I gotta be a little more careful with those shot grenades because the ticking damage is a liability. It's not so much that the shot grenade on its own is a problem, but if I combine that with a tough exchange with her, like we've done before, that can be the sort of thing that takes me out, or at the very least it brings me to a low point, which I then get finished off with the shot. Okay, so that was a nice opportunity. Obviously, I'm happy I took that. And I think just to... Oh! I wasn't expecting that to do the damage. Okay, can we take out her cyberware? We can, but she goes behind cover. Okay. Thank the maker. And this gives me a nice little save. Okay, so we want 3 1Cs and then a 55 7A. Yep. Okay, so at this point, the name of the game is looting, but if I can disable alright, request client background check. Obviously if I can disable the electricity, that would be even better. Client background checks, Georgina Zembrinsky to Io Zarin. Hey, I'll be at Heavy Hearts this week. Could you and your crew check out a few people I'll be meeting with? Here's a list. Jake Haynes, Eli Walsh, Sandemir, Layla Greer. I think this is the guy that we saved. Alexia Stevenson, Peril McCory. I'm interested in their local subnet activity, Biomon data, corporate ties of any kind. Okay, so I have a order in which I want to check this stuff. So first of all, just pick up whatever I can off of the bodies. Hopefully I find a way of disabling the electricity, otherwise it's just going to be annoying to deal with. Okay, actually looks like that's already... Yeah, that's not a problem anymore. How many do you want? Gonna need 12 more of your net wizards. Big event at the Black Sapphire. You'll ensure our guests' anonymity while in Dogtown. Hanson knows about the order. Honey, I'm Hanson's right hand, and your sliders, and we are about to high five. Stop. 12 more unders is going to cost you. Money's not a problem. Usual? Personal data protection, facial recog security, local subnet encryption, money transfer encryption. Need us to jam their Biomon SIGs? Yeah, that too. Better warn them trauma won't come. They know what they're getting into. We'll need gear and running stations. Watch the sky and wait for your presence to fall from heaven. Okay, looks like I don't get to... Unless I can find a convenient angle on this thing, we're not going to get to loot it. I feel like they've done a decent job in terms of getting some of the more egregious bugs, but this is definitely one of the ones that that kind of gets me. Because like effectively the component is in the device, right? So I don't know if we try to flip it over. I don't know if we we try to get another angle on it, but in general I haven't been able to find a way to... There's a few items where, unless you get very lucky in terms of placement, you can't actually collect it. And it's just, again, it's the shiny object thing for me where Sometimes, like, knowing there's a color on the map and I'm not able to solve it gives me a little... It's, I don't know, it's like having feet celery or something like that. You've got a bit stuck between your teeth. It's this thing you want to get out. All right. So I think as far as components are concerned... Oh, no. I thought we were done. All right, so let's see what we get when we go in here. Loot. Okay, cool. So it's a boss fight to get some stuff. Presumably because it's purple, it's good. A lot of the purple stuff I haven't been equipping, but I can live with that. And I guess we got a relic out of it too, so that's nice. It should take some time to actually commit a lot of the stuff that I'm finding, but let's work our way out of here. I'm slightly curious as to how long it would have taken me to do this full stealth. Okay, so if I want to go to... What are we looking at here? Ugh, I didn't want to go photo mode. We're not that far away from it. So, here's what I'm going to do. We will check my weapons. Slower pistol. Alright. Now the assault rifle I'm curious about here. So this one does have higher damage. Oddly enough, even slower than my currently equipped one. And my... but the handling is different. Lower armor penetration, though. Yeah, I don't know. Smart assault rifle I don't really feel is my thing yet. I don't know, there's a couple candidates, but I don't know if I'll switch those out yet. But I think it's time that we started doing some of the fashionable checks. I don't think we'll be wearing the microfiber dress. This, I'm clearly ready to go to the thrift shop. Yeah, no. Now this actually looks very... I like this. The shoulders are a little World of Warcraft, but... Yeah, so I've got a lot of suits. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I'll probably glossy two-piece. Yeah, I don't know. That works for me. I actually don't think it matters which of these I put on underneath. I don't think it's detectable. This is always a tough one just because I really only have like one kind of... Oh, it's not these. Yeah, I think it's the pleated pants, and that's about it. I'm sure I could buy an alternative. Now, the shoes are interesting. Like, I've kind of gone for these boots. I mean, maybe. Don't think sneakers quite work with the ensemble. I don't mind them. I just think they're a little light for the... Maybe if they had some gold trim on it. I don't know. I think these work a little bit better. They look odd, but not like outrageously odd. Okay, the machete. Looks like we've got a lot of weapons that can do more. I don't know, like, the Netrunner helmet's kind of interesting. Oh, this actually looks very Daft Punk. I can see a couple of these working, but like the big challenge is it's hard to pull off a lot of these looks in these games with a hat. Actually, I think this works a little bit better with the setup I've got. Yeah, I don't know. It's not as dramatic of a change as I was planning, but I think this works a little bit better. Traffic here is murder. All right. So I'll take the time to at least get some kind of visual contact on the maniacs. I'll try to get some visual contact on the next mission, and then we will take care of that. Oh.
I had a nightmare recently. My synth lungs were hacked. I choked, turned blue, then lost consciousness, and woke up. My client, Indira Baratza, won't be so lucky if she doesn't strike a deal with her blackmailer. The lowlife in question, Milko Alexis. He works for the Voodoo Boys. You know what to do. If anything's unclear, read the attached details.
Okay. I'll read these because otherwise I'll forget. Eliminate Milko Alexis, Voodoo Boys base at the spa in Luxor Heights. Indira Baraza wouldn't be the first or the last to fall prey to the Voodoo Boys' blackmail. What's interesting is the gang seems to have only the technical employees of her corp in their sights. They made our client an offer she couldn't refuse. Cooperate or die. Indira chose the third route. Call me. The Voodoo Boy threatening to hack her lungs is one Milko Alexis. See to it that he kindly leaves her the fuck alone. I got a new headphone cable, but the right ear kind of cuts out every once in a while. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. I'm actually really happy I'm back to Cyberpunk. I wasn't expecting to play this much, and I don't know if I'll be able to go this late on a regular basis, but it was nice to get reacquainted with the game, and I am actually really happy with most of the changes that they've made to to the game. It's kind of interesting to be away for so long and then see the continued updates, because like, I don't know, like obviously CD Projekt Red is still working on this game, like in terms of the patches, but I always just kind of expect them to be sort of little bugs that I don't normally, like that I don't regularly experience. And kind of I was expecting that the sequel that they're working on, like basically the main development stuff, the stuff that's going to be making their money for the long term, I was kind of expecting that would be where the majority of the effort was going. So it's, I don't know, it's always a pleasant surprise to find out that there's a little bit more going on than you were expecting. Oh wow, I just lost. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna need to play around with my headphones a bit, I think. So the plan, Monday we're gonna be back almost certainly for more Soma. I'm gonna try and run that with. I don't know if we'll get to the finale, but I'll do my best to make more progress than we did on Monday. Wednesday is pretty much a dedicated, brace yourself day as well. So I think for that, Phantom Brigade for the foreseeable, I think would be the best way to put it. But if I don't know, if there's an update to Godless, if Cobalt Core does something, you know, I'm definitely not opposed to changing it up and making it a I don't know, something different. But I don't know, Phantom Brigade's the one with the most recent update. There's some big stuff that we're looking for, and I'm happy to sort of jump around as the case may require. But moving forward, I would say that we're going to continue on with Cyberpunk. I know I didn't talk about the second half to Japan's economic progress and how that affected Cyberpunk, but I figure I can keep that under my hat. That's not changing. That's not going away for a while. But it's a fun little follow-up, and it's I don't know if it's like the most important history to read. You know, history is interesting because there's a whole lot of it, and it becomes very, very interesting to follow through and, I don't know, see either some comparisons to the modern day, or at least understand why some of the things that we enjoy have the shape that they do. Because I think the thing that is so funny about a lot of Cyberpunk is that it is dealing with concerns that we like really aren't something that we're worried about now. You know, they are conventions, and they appear in every sort of product that's inspired by them, but the actual worries that underlied them are no longer there. But again, it's a convention that we follow. We don't recognize it as Cyberpunk either way. And this is probably clearest to me in reading. There's the Neuromancer quote that I talked about in Soma. I think to a certain extent you can see some of that in Snow Crash, although obviously Snow Crash has got a heavy kind of this heavy influence on something that we're seeing now, the metaverse, right? But I was reading a little bit of Cryptonomicon again, and that is just such an unusual book to read in a world where cryptocurrency is not just taken for granted, but is this speculative asset that so many people are, you know, putting significant money into. So it's always kind of funny to see how this stuff reads when you know what the primary concerns. I actually think that there was a rumor for a while. I don't see how anybody could seriously believe this, but I think there was a rumor running around for a while that Neil Stephenson was Satoshi Nakamoto, which I thought is kind of funny. Like, he's a great writer, and he is technically adept. So for those of you that have read Cryptonomicon, the kind of the cutaway for the the mountain. That was done in Mathematica. Like, he apparently just likes messing around with Mathematica, or at least used to. I don't know if he still does. Mess around with Mathematica for some recreational mathematics and programming, as one does. But anyway, it is kind of fun to compare the things that inspired the Cyberpunk stories that we're interested in today, and just see what happened out of them. So we talked about how essentially Cyberpunk 2013 and 2020 came out basically at the peak of Japan's economic boom, and that is how, that's why the corporations take the shape that they do, and yet it was actually at the point where they were about to be on the decline. That was how they were showing up in our stories. But there's a second part to that, which is happening in the modern day, and that'll be something we talk about maybe a week from now or further. I'm going to host Kilgore Trout. Kilgore Trout is one of the streamers on the GOG stream team. He does occasionally do Cyberpunk, but right now he is doing Fable, the Lost Chapters? Anyways, I haven't played a lot of Fable. Oop. But he's always a decent host. He is based in the Atlantic provinces, but does stream later than me. I will also mention that Revive Snow is playing Pokemon Scarlet/Violet, and I think that's it. I don't know. Gotta find some more people to host. Anyways, thank you, Cured. I know I gave way too long of an exit, but I gotta get some sleep. Anyways, have a good night, everybody. Take care.